Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello. Okay, so I got the affidavit. Sorry, it took a second, guys, but hopefully the portal worked and y'all got shuttled on over here. They don't make it the easiest for these Karen Read documents, as I'm sure y'all have heard. So when I covered this last time, I mistakenly said it was the affidavit of Aidan Kearney, which I think because the way it's been referenced is like that. You know what I mean? Like, because we don't know who the affidavit is. And like the way everyone's talking, I was like, oh, Aidan Kearney's new affidavit, Turtleboy's affidavit. It's not, right? But because I kept hearing that, like that's literally what I called it, and it's not. So I'm making sure that's clear. It is Commonwealth v. Aidan Kearney, but it's an affidavit of anonymous. All we know is it's a lady and it's a friend of Kate Peters. Welcome to Meg. Welcome to James. Welcome to Scott. Scott, if you would like a custom command, please let us know. And Nightbot will set that up for you. So hopefully Fender will make it over here, since she was one that I'm sure not the only one, but she hadn't seen this yet. So, okay. So we have the name redacted, obviously. I'm of age, Okay, I've been friendly with Catherine Peter, here and after Peter, for close to a year. I've had multiple conversations, face-to-face interactions with Peter. Yay, Fender made it. Excellent. Yeah, I know, right? Jen. Yep. I'm excited. Multiple interactions with Peter. Peter volunteered information to me about the Karen Read case countless times throughout our friendship. All factual representations below are from what Peter told me about her involvement in the Karen Read and Aidan Kearney cases. During Karen Read's first trial, she was in regular communication with A.D. Lally, aka the Lolly Bird. At one point prior to jury deliberations, Peter met with Adam Lally for lunch. During this lunch meeting, did they have a whole delicious lunch? And how did I not think of this yesterday? I guess because I was still like processing this. Did they have a whole delicious lunch though?
I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch.
Shout out to Heather. During this lunch meeting, Adam Lally told Peter that he knows the foreperson. Or wait, hold on. Is that she? They told Peter that he knows the foreperson who is so Lally knows the foreperson. That is a retired police officer, and he, the juror, is guaranteeing a mistrial. This is what was verbally reported to me by Peter. She told me that she is paid $1,500 each month via Cash App for her assistance in the Karen Read and Aidan Kearney prosecutions. Peter believes that Karen Read is innocent, but she has to, quote, play the game, end quote. I interpreted this to mean Peter's role is to publicly promote and advocate on social media that Miss Read is guilty. Welcome back, Pete and Z's. Peter opined to me that if anyone killed John, it was blank an asshole. Peter is very close with Hank Brennan and has had multiple conversations and meetings with him. I've personally heard Peter on the phone with Hank Brennan. During a phone conversation between Peter and Hank Brennan that I was present for and personally recognized Hank Brennan's voice, Peter told him that her people leaked it to the media, referring to the federal investigation being over. As of April 15th, 2025, Peter is not talking directly to Hank anymore. We're using a third party to communicate now. So one thing that I noted last night was this is the most recent date that we have, as in this was filed just the other day. So it was like something like 10 days or whatever between the last time that Peter and this anonymous affiant were still, I guess, friends, right? And enough to where she got this information from April 15th. And then like approximately 10 days later was filing this affidavit. So that means the recency, it's very recent that she was still getting intel, if you will. Peter states that she is untouchable because of everything she's doing to assist the prosecution, and that no matter what violations I'm charged with, Morrissey is keeping me out of jail. Peter asked me to go stalk Karen Read in the Seaport with her and stated that Karen Read stays at the Omni Hotel. She stated to me that we can take photos to sell the Daily Mail, and she has done that before. Peter informed me that Jennifer McCabe brought her brand new sectional as compensation for her assistance. So that's like a couch or thing, something. Love that Fender was talking about herself in third person. Peter was told by Jen Mccabe that Jen McCabe informed Michael Morrissey that she is not testifying unless Turtleboy is in jail. And remember, this has been a whole thing, right? With like trying to get him in jail. And remember too, hey, I've been saying this, but Hank Brennan has been fixated on this whole witness intimidation thing with Turtleboy and Karen, like just obsessed, really. That and the interviews, it's been weird, right? Morrissey, Jen, let me just read this again. Peter was told by Jen Mccabe that Jen Mccabe informed Michael Morrissey that she's not testifying unless Turtleboy is in jail. Michael Morrissey informed Jen Mccabe he would then have to subpoena her, and Jen Mccabe told Michael Morrissey, then we won't say what you want us to say. Peter got rid of her phone the day after Aidan Kearney announced on his live show that he was looking to get personal communications of Michael Morrissey. Peter said to me, they will never get the communications between me and Morrissey. Did you take it to a military base? Correct, Fender. Correct. The day that Peter showed up to protest at the Karen Read trial, Peter informed me Jen Mccabe paid me for her show of support. I mean, this really is relevant, though, with the Jen of it all, isn't it? Speaking of Jen. Pretty crazy considering she's supposed to be apparently testifying here in a number of hours. On March 16, 2025, Peter told me that she went to meet Michael Morrissey and Jen Mccabe at an undisclosed location in Braintree. When Peter returned home, she had a manila envelope in her hands. Peter has informed me that she has seen emails that are subject to a protective order between the Karen Read prosecution team and Jen Mccabe. Peter reported to me that upon request of Hank Brennan, she provided the spreadsheet of all the free Karen Read Facebook supporters to the Commonwealth for this upcoming trial. I mean, why could they not obtain that themselves, though? Seriously. Peter told me that Hank Brennan is providing information to the federal authorities regarding Karen Read and Aidan Kearney because he wants them in jail for the trial. Peter told me that she's going to start rumors about jurors being afraid to serve because Turtleboy will go after them, and everyone is working overtime to make sure that Turtleboy can't be in the courtroom for the trial. Well, it failed because actually Judge Bev amended her sequestration order and is allowing him to see more testimony than initially she was going to. That hasn't come out officially. It was a handwritten thing. Peter admitted to me that she created the image of Karen Read and Alan Jackson embracing, and that was then given to the Daily Mail. What are you saying allegedly here needs some Z's? Oh, about her testifying? Is that what you're saying? Right? I know that failed. Yeah. It's funny, right? Like they failed on this. I was thinking he was going to wait longer because between Ian Whiffen, right? I was thinking he would probably try to put more witnesses in between, but I mean, I don't know. What are you going to do? Because they're all disasters, right? So I don't know. Peter admitted to me that she created the image. Oh, I already read that part. Okay. In early January, Peter and I were discussing Lindsay. I still don't know how to pronounce this last name. I'm just going to say Lindsay. The Lindsay case against Aidan Kearney. I mentioned something about Lindsay being pregnant at the time, and Peter interrupted me saying Lindsay was never pregnant. I'm aware that Peter and Lindsay were close friends in the past and worked together against Mr. Kearney. I understand that I'm not represented by any attorneys connected to the Aidan Kearney or Karen Read defense teams, and that I'm turning over this information because it is important to know the truth about what is going on. I'm not being coerced or compensated, and I'm doing this of my own free will. And there's the witness. Right. So it's not anonymous to the court is correct, Fender. Thank you for that observation. Right. I assumed that was, anyway, sorry. You know what happens when we make assumptions, right? Right. He's not calling as many witnesses as Lolly. Well, he says he's not, seems like he's sticking with that. I mean, we've already heard from a couple people we didn't hear from before, or maybe one person. I'm trying to remember, but I don't know. Even get in, and you could even call in like one of the forensic pathologists, or I know they're not going to be calling Dr. Squirty Bello, but I know they've got all these other Looney Tune experts, right? That they were allowed in. What about them? I mean, after the hard as a rock dude, Jen Mccabe might be looking pretty good compared to him. Also, Dr. Crosby, right? Facts. Yep. Speaking of which, so I know we were going to go over the verdict forms and the jury instructions. We can still do that. I meant to say this on the last stream and I totally got sidetracked with this affidavit, but we could still do that, but it is pretty cerebral. So it's totally, if you guys are up to it, we can do that whenever. We can do that now. We can do that whenever. It is very interesting. No chance. I mean, for sure. I totally agree. I mean, my thought is like the point of having Ian going first was on purpose, right? Because he wants the jury to not understand the significance of that search, but also that the context of his testimony is completely different when you've already seen the disaster that is Jen Mccabe if you're on the jury. You know what I mean? Like, she's an absolute utter disaster. So then you really would be paying attention. And so, I mean, I don't know. In my mind, it made sense to separate them, but it sounds like he's not going to, which is, it is what it is. And maybe it could also be too, right? If he's got these, these other experts, it might be that they can't testify until the following day or whatever, I know. I can't wait. It's going to be a bloodbath. I can't wait. So, okay, well, let's go ahead. We'll jump into cross and we can always go over those verdict forms and jury instructions. But let's jump on in. This might still be direct. Let me just see where we're at here. Hold on. Oops. Let's see how this is. Molly is so slow.
You had an opportunity, Ms. Mccabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up?
Wait, why did it look like he was sitting down? Hold on. Oh, because she's taking that long. That's why he's sitting down. Oh, okay. So we are on cross. Never mind. Hold on. Let me back up. Oh my God. Her face. I think you can actually kind of tell based on her face. Okay, there's. Do they start out on cross? Let me just see here.
Does that mean business recording on with Beverly? I'd say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Yes.
Everyone who left here.
You saw me.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Okay. Yep. So they start cross on stage. It's so funny because last year, some of these days, the streams are like 2 hours. And it's like, what? Am I, because they had so many half days and it was just really weird. It's just bizarre. It's not normal. It's like, anyway. But welcome for anyone who's just now getting here. Welcome, AZ. She does look evil. Did you guys like the thumbnail? Interesting. Like he's going to get called to the witness stand by the Commonwealth? Well done. Needs these Hoff days. Wow. That's brilliant. Hoff days. Thank you. That made my day. That made my Hoff.
Yes.
That made my full day.
It's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in your life.
Yes.
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
Yes.
You also indicated that you know Ms. Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
Yes.
But clearly, John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
No.
He was not a McCabe, correct?
No.
He was not an Albert.
No.
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
Correct.
Not a McCabe.
No.
She's not an Albert.
No.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours of the 29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
I remember this just like it was yesterday, Fender. For anyone who doesn't know, dude, Fender, memory lane. Okay, here's what happened. Fender, you're so right. So Fender knew nothing about this case, and we were deep in it, right? We were covering it live. We were doing recaps. We were deep in it. Fender came in during Jen Mccabe's testimony. I think it was halfway through cross or something. knew nothing about this case. Fender, of course, here in India, knew nothing about the case. Hey guys, what's going on? And we're like, and literally, I'm not joking, you guys. Fender got up to speed like that day. I don't even know how, but by like the next day, she was like with everybody. Like it was crazy. I don't know how you did it, Fender. She got completely caught up to speed. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, impressive, right? Absolutely impressive because it's not easy. There's a lot of people involved. She was totally up to speed. But that's exactly right. That gives me memories. You know, I'm sure we can go back and look at the chat replay and even find exactly when you popped in. Bev literally had 3 Hoff days in a row. I know. Yeah, that's what's so funny, right? Like going back and finding these days from the last trial, it's like I'm looking at them in a row and I'm like, what? This one's an hour. This one's 2 hours. This one's 2 hours and 4 minutes. Like what? You know, it's weird. Like 1 week of testimony in that trial is less than 1 day in most trials. It's pretty crazy. I think it was quicker than a week. Don't sell yourself short, Fender. It was really amazing. And she still hung with us the whole time while she was getting caught up too, like a champ.
No,
Matter of fact, they seem like a normal couple to you.
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
Yeah.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos,
That's
not
favorite.
the video. John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, the Kolokithas. I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I left there was 4 of us that left total. It was
Which were?
myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
When you walked out,
Your name?
Karina Kolokithas was close to himself, correct?
Oh, wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
You are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right. And Miss Karina
I mean,
Kolokithas was.
I'll just say, y'all, there's the tooth, but also the way she's done her eye makeup. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying she could look less like a ghoul, honestly, with a couple little things. Even if you don't fix the tooth, I understand that can be costly and what have you, right? But literally, the eye makeup makes her eyes look more deep set, and her hair. Let me move this. Look, I think she could maybe do with a bang. Seriously, depending on when you've got a forehead like this, bangs can either make it better or worse. In her case, I think it might do better. And then I think her eye makeup. If her eye makeup was not done that way. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, not. Oh, yeah. She got out. Dude, I was like, what is she doing? I was like, freaked. I was like, are we going late? I mean, Dr. Rentschler got on the stand at like 4:18 or something, right? And literally 4:24. I mean, you all can hear it. We were live. And I was like, it's 4:24 and she's done. She's going home at 4:24, 6 minutes early. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. That blew my mind. Literally it's 6 minutes early and I'm leaving. Crazy.
In tow, right?
Oops.
With you as you're walking out, correct?
Yes.
And Karen Reed, my client, was also heading that direction as well, correct?
Yes.
You said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
We were in a conversation. Yes.
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me to Kerry?
No,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words that you used?
I said, why don't you come with me?
And you even waited outside in what was ultimately freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
Actually, it's a little bit longer than that. It may be a minute. Can we pause this, Mr. Biggs? For the record, Your Honor, this is about runtime 12:10, 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up to 12:10 and about 45 seconds. That's close enough. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what that thing, the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Let's see if you recognize any of this. Pause, please. Oh, that's a terrible place to pause. A little further. It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, we can advance that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
I honestly, I can't make out what that is.
Let's play it forward and see if this helps. Okay, now do you see a person?
Yes.
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward.
This part always bothered me, guys. Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
Do you see someone to his right?
I do. Yes.
And who's that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward.
Sorry, it's funny. We were talking about this earlier. There it is. So I didn't even think about this. There it is, 12:11 a.m. So that's them leaving. We were talking about this with the phone. By the way, in the Discord, guys, I posted the phone battery temps as well as the verdict slips. And I've got some more stuff I'm going to be able to post. I just have to get it ready to put in the Discord. But if you go to the Karen Reed thread, it's got the battery temps with the times and whatnot. And then also the verdict slips. But yeah, so 12:11. I'm going to write this down.
And pause. You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the
Kerry.
car.
Yes.
Does that appear to be you?
This gave me the heebie-jeebies last time.
I can't make that out that it's me,
Although I think it was from Miss Kolokithas' testimony, but it's the same video.
but I know I was there and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No.
this frame?
That looks like they've walked away.
Right. As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Well, do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
Well, see, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to answer. So I'm
Okay.
asking you, do you see yourself standing in the parking lot after John and the person to his right and walking up?
Yes.
Okay. Let's play it for just a few more seconds. Go ahead and pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turn around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired, you know that John O'Keefe left with Kerry, correct?
Yes,
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that would be Kerry.
I would assume.
Okay, so you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked,
Yeah.
you're coming with me or something like that, correct?
Right. That was the part, right, from Miss Kolokithas' testimony about the "you're coming with me." That gave me the heebie-jeebies. I kind of want to go find that. I mean, it was like, and we never, in a way, I hate. Okay, here's what I'll say: this trial shouldn't be happening. But what I will say that I'm grateful for, if anything, is we talked about this earlier. Like, there's just so many questions, right? And there's just so many things that went completely unanswered and unaddressed. And I at least hope we learn a little bit more about some of these things. And anyway, this was one of those things that really bothered me, guys. I'm going to see if I can just find that exact moment. I'm going to keep playing this video, but I'm going to see if I can find in the background when that was, because hearing the way that Miss Kolokithas described it was what made it feel not right, basically. So yeah. And also I wrote down that time, 12:11. So I'm going to keep playing it, but I'm going to look for that while I can as well here.
I was speaking to them and then I walked to my car.
you didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, you're coming with me. You said to Karen Reed, you're coming with me, or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, you're coming with me. I told Karen, you're coming with me because John was still in the bar with Matt.
So you asked Karen to come with you in your car
Yes.
to give her a ride,
Yes.
separate from John O'Keefe.
Yes. I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you
I bet the
wanted
defense
to
will call her.
separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No.
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, you're coming with me, or something to that effect, to my client, to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form. Ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe?
There was never any idea of separating them.
Except for the fact the idea was, you're coming with me, not you two are coming with me, correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside
My question
talking.
could be answered yes or no.
Oh, boy.
By definition, your statement to her, you come with me,
Yeah.
would separate her from John, wouldn't it?
It would not because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time, ma'am, correct? Your idea is to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting for John to come out, and I said, "Why don't you just come with me?"
Stop
It was
it.
innocent.
I'm not asking for your explanation.
Maybe
You'll get to that with Mr. Loudon. I'm asking for a yes or no question, or yes or no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained. Move on.
Would it or would it not separate John and Karen for the ride over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview, some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt Mccabe.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Oh, boy.
You said on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Can we have Exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
There appear to be a relative scale model of 34 Fairview.
Yes.
This would be the front door, correct?
Yes.
And where's the mailbox? If you can point to it with a laser pointer.
That picture.
Okay. So you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And then the driveway's to the right.
Yes.
And then
Are you
along this line,
Shout out
is the front,
Microdots. What's his?
lawn
Shout out to
area
Microdots.
and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there,
Found
correct?
it.
Yes.
And the rear end of that Jeep would be
Found it, my peeps. I found it. Okay. Here, just real quick. I think we will all enjoy being able to revisit this moment where she describes this.
Thought it, and I was just like, oh, so it made me notice it.
And so you proceed to your car, I'm presuming on Washington Street, correct?
That is correct.
And if you recall, which direction was your car facing? Like down towards the waterfall or away from the waterfall? Do you see Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I did. All of a sudden, it was weird. I see Karen with John, and I was like, oh, that's weird. I thought she was going with Jen. And that's just what made me notice it. It was that the whole, like, Jen wanting Karen to go with her, and then all of a sudden I see Karen with John. I just thought it, I was just like, oh, so it made me notice it.
And so you proceed to
And you
your
can see from her, you can see she has more there, right? That she wants to say.
car, I'm presuming on Washington Street, correct?
Of course, he's not. They go. She talks more about that on Cross. So I'm gonna jump ahead, but that's funny. I just clicked like literally right where that was. So
Have to say.
Yes.
And
Thank you. So this is our first time speaking.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to Ms. Reed had been making some statements about Mr. O'Keefe. Stability on as it pertained to the children. just before leaving the bar, that was directed just to Ms. Reed.
Yes.
You're familiar with the town of Canton generally?
Yes.
You know that the distance between the Waterfall bar and 34 Fairview would be maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes drive.
Probably.
So just after these statements were made, they went to 34 Fairview. 5 minutes later, 7 minutes later, you'd be sitting in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Oh wait,
Okay.
I think I must have gone too far. Flew too close to the sun.
Okay. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that she said that she admired him.
Yes.
Part of your testimony on direct examination, when you're questioning by Mr. Lally, you indicated that before Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe left the bar, Ms. Reed had been making some statements about Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that she said that she admired him.
Yes.
Does
That
she
she looked
not ask about this on cross? I mean, this is such a short cross. It's like, where the fuck is it? It's gotta be here.
Never.
So this is our first time speaking.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to part of your testimony on direct examination when you're questioning by Mr. Lally. You indicated that before Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe left the bar, Ms. Reed had been making some statements about Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that she said that she admired him,
Yes.
that she looked up to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
She always had a way of complimenting him,
Yes.
that he took so much responsibility on as it pertained to the children,
Yes.
and that she did wish that they had more time together.
Yes.
They planned a trip together,
Yes.
and she was excited about that.
Correct.
And she indicated that John was excited about that as well.
Yes.
Just before leaving the bar, you indicated that Jennifer McCabe said to Miss Reed, "You're coming with me."
Okay, here it is.
Yes.
She didn't say, "You and John come with me."
No. Correct.
That was directed just to Miss Reed.
Yes.
You're familiar with the town of Canton generally?
Yes.
You know that the distance between the Waterfall bar
Yeah.
and 34 Fairview would be maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes
Let me go
drive.
back
Probably.
here on
So-
direct.
And then after she talked a little bit about that, what, if anything else, did she talk about?
So she started talking about how much he sacrifices, how he's like unconditionally puts all his time and effort into the kids, how she admired him for that, and how she also wished that some of the family members would step up and help out a little bit more because he took all the burden on himself.
And what, if anything else, did she say about that
Wally.
in relation to sort of their relationship?
Just that she wished they had a little bit more time to, go out, go on dates, go on vacation. But she did mention that they had planned a trip or something like that, that she was excited about.
Now, about what time would you say it was that you left? From
Okay.
I think everything started wrapping up around midnight.
And prior to that, what, if any, discussion did you hear
God,
as
the
part of
one
as far
Benny's, I
as
forgot. dude.
anybody
Oh my
talking
goodness.
about where to go next?
Anyway.
So I think everybody was having a really good time. So there was conversation first about where could people go, and there was talk about maybe going across the street to the pizza place.
That's interesting too, right? To hear that, that everybody was having a really good time, and that's why they wanted to continue the after party because everybody was having a really good time. Interesting to hear this context again, right?
And what pizza place is across the street?
There's a pizza place called D&E Pizza, and the owner happened to be there that night. So I think someone brought it up, or there was some conversation amongst the group, like, "Hey, let's go there," and he said no.
And what, if anything, did you hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say in reference to going to?
She just seemed like willing to go.
Was that something that she mentioned once or more than?
I believe she mentioned it more than once, but I don't remember at this moment. But
Is your memory exhausted as to that?
say that. Could you rephrase
Oh
that?
God, this question. Oh, I forgot what it was like.
Memory exhausted as to
What a
That-
weird ass question.
I believe it was more than once. Is that your question?
definitely.
Yes.
Lolly. Wow.
Now, other than that, what, if any, other discussion was there as far as where
I'm so
people were
confused.
wanting to go or intending to go after what?
So after that was kind of, put to rest, then I think there was discussion about, well, Jen McCabe brought up, let's go to my sister's house.
And is that somewhere that you or your husband, to your knowledge, had ever been to before?
We had never been to her house before, no.
And was that something that was sort of a private invitation, or was that sort of open to the group at the table?
I think it was said out loud, like, hey, anybody wants to go, we can go to my sister's on Fairview. I wasn't specifically invited myself. I just think it was put out there.
And did either yourself or your husband take anyone up on an invitation? Did you go to Fairview after the Waterfall?
We did not go. I actually said to him, there's no way we're going anywhere. We're going home.
And just to be clear, by him, you mean your husband?
My husband, yeah.
And around the time of midnight or so when you were leaving, who, if anyone, did you sort of walk out with initially?
So I believe, let me think. It was always Jen, myself, and Karen. So we brought up, and Karen went over to John, something like that. He like put his arm around her. I don't know if they had a conversation, they talked. It seemed like they were like quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer Mccabe went up to Karen and said, you're coming with me. Like, and she like grabbed her, like she put her arm around her and she said in front of me, she's like, you're coming with me, you're coming with me.
And just be clear, like sort of how she said that, was that in sort of
So
a
creepy.
forceful way or
No, like joking around, like, hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and Karen said, where are we going? And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise. Like, it was like something like
This is the part that really, this is it. This is what I want to do. This gave me the heebie-jeebies, man. Especially when you see it with the video.
like, and she like grabbed her, like she put her arm around her and she said in front of me, she's like, you're coming with me, you're coming with me.
And just be clear, like sort of how she said that, was that in sort of a forceful way or
No, like joking around, like, hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and Karen said, where are we going? And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise. Like, it was like something like that.
And did the three of you sort of walk towards the door to the parking lot together?
I don't
Yes.
like it.
And where was your husband at this point?
I just don't like that at all. And you can tell that she remembers that because it rattled her.
Was behind. He was with
Right? That's why I'm so, and the thing is I forgot about this too, but seeing that video with Jen is what triggered my memory. And that's when I was like, this is worth going back to, right? Because this made such an impression on her. Let's back it up again. I mean, and this is like, she's so reserved with all this too. Yeah, it's giving me goosebumps again, actually. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't like it.
No, like joking around, like, hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and Karen said, where are we going? And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise. Like, it was like something like that.
And did the three of you sort of walk towards the door to the parking lot together?
Yes.
And where was your husband at this point?
I mean, that's like when you're luring somebody to go take them somewhere. Like, what? It'll be a surprise. It doesn't matter. That's when you say, nope, you peace out. Sorry. No,
He was behind. He was with Matt McCabe. They were helping the band like clean up and get their stuff together. And it was the three of us in the front, meeting the women.
And at the initial time when you're walking out, you and Ms. McCabe and the defendant, where is Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not a little bit behind us. I'm not sure.
Not directly with your group, but
Not with us. No.
now at some point you
yes,
get.
I'm surprised that the defense didn't inquire more about that. That's why I went to cross, but this is the spot that's the spot I was looking for. That's the most we get about that. That is the most we get from her about that. That definitely, I feel like, I mean, again, it's another example, like, again, like how they didn't cross Kerry. The cross on her was really short and they could have asked more. You can tell she had more she wanted to say, right? She had more she wanted to say. I definitely think I understand that as far as like a fact witness for establishing the events of the night, it seemed like she was awesome and totally credible, but like maybe not super important. However, if you're the defense, this might be an important witness, right? Especially because, again, she's so credible and she definitely seems like she has more she wants to say. The other person I was just thinking about too, this kind of jogged my memory, was Brian Albert Jr. My impression, and I haven't watched his testimony since last year with the trial, but my impression of Brian Albert Jr. was he was a really good witness for the defense. I found him to be really sympathetic, right? Like not from the same DNA as the family, kind of like a John Marvin in Murdoch. Like, I don't know. It was interesting. And I feel like they used him And I feel like if you befriend him, you can, and he felt really honest to me and he felt scared. And like, I don't know, it's just one of those things. Yeah, I'm with you, Need Some Z's. Yeah, I hope they call these people and ask us way more questions. Yep, me too. Some of these witnesses have more they want to say. I mean, Brian Albert Jr., I feel like, is in that position. And especially if he's maybe more older and maybe more away from his family, like his parents, you know, I think he was still living at home at the time. But like the whole thing about the made up birthday party for him was insane, right? And we've like that dude. I don't know. I even got that impression last year that like he knew they were using him and like he really wanted to be honest. And I don't know. Also, he gave some testimony that directly contradicted what the rest of the McAlberts were saying. There was some really important stuff there that I picked out about like what the, you know, the garage and the windows and the doors and all that, the walls, all that stuff, right? Where it's like, you know, I thought he was a really good witness for the defense and he had more to offer as well, but definitely Miss Kolokithas. So, okay, but with that, we'll jump right back over here to Jen, and this beautifully lit, snowy picture of 34 Fairview. So it'll be interesting to see what else we think of, right, as we watch this, because there was just so many details, right? But there was just so much to take in at the time, and you know, anyway.
Butting up against the driveway,
Yes.
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
Oh, the Jeep.
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
Okay. What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory is not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did, because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
And there's problems.
Not
with
sure.
the Jeep, guys. Remember the testimony that came out was very conflicting about this freaking Jeep, man.
You're not sure? Might have.
I'm not sure if I said, whose Jeep is that?
I mean,
No, I
Higgins
don't mean
stuff.
then. I mean, between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait, no,
Her face.
excuse me. Repeat the question?
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox.
Yeah.
correct?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car and I asked. I possibly could have
I'm
asked.
sorry, getting so mad. And they just got started. This is crazy. And I remember I covered this live, and I remember being like, "Oh my God, are they going to have to restrain her? Like what?" And it was like, little did any of us know, just getting started. Crazy.
One at a time, please,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Oh
Thank you.
God.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was
Oh
asking
my
for your
God.
answer.
What I'm
Can
asking.
you repeat your answer?
To the question of, did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him where the Jeep was.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two
Well.
discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor
Yeah.
on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see and where did you see it, correct?
Yes.
Have we put any words in your mouth?
No.
They told you what to say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have a memory of exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what
Just yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission?
That's
Yes.
not really.
I'm gonna direct you to vaccines. Paragraph 3.
Mhm.
This is the face page. You'll review that, especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself. Did you have that, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told,
All I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
Dude, this is insane. He's like, I don't mean to be rude. And then her face, dude.
Did you have that, does that refresh your recollection?
yes, I know I told,
All I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
Literally the face of a psychopath. I'm gonna have to, I want to get a screenshot of this. I've got so many of her being crazy, but like literally, I don't think I have this specific one. Wow.
Do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking.
Sorry.
Does that or does,
I told,
all I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude.
Oh my God. One more time. See if I get it.
yes, I know I told,
All I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you,
God
does
damn
that or does,
I told,
all I'm asking
Sorry,
you, I'm
guys.
so sorry to do this.
Hold
I
on.
don't mean to be rude.
So close. I'll do this later. That's so close though. But boy, that smile right before that frame right there is like, I'm gonna literally eat you alive. Like chop you up, eat you alive, chop you up. I don't even know. It's like all the crazy things.
I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
regarding,
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th.
well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Okay. I have to do it this way, it's court rules.
Mhm.
Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door and was straight outside.
Okay. I can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help.
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's SUV
If you
was.
can show me in the report.
Oh my God.
Just read it.
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory. You're testifying.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question and
Okay.
then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does. Okay, so just go ahead, Mr.
She
Jackson.
says that,
I'll slow
but
it
you
down.
know she's gonna get off that bench early enough to get to her flight.
Did you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes,
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
yes,
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
And you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it. Do you think he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question,
Thank
please.
you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection to see the report?
Objection.
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay,
May I?
yes.
Direct your attention once again to paragraph 3. You had an opportunity to review?
I have, yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34th Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will. And you never mentioned according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. You mentioned that?
No.
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No,
And you said, I observed her car by the house.
no.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway? Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
What's the answer to a question? You are not portraying what the dude. What? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I'll let him have it. Like, yeah, this is crazy.
And you said, I observed her car by the house.
No,
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
you are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not? mention the Jeep sitting on
What
that,
is wrong
right by
with
that
you,
driveway?
ma'am?
Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
Ma'am.
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events
Wow.
of January
I mean,
28th, 29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie
I
Albert,
will just
correct?
say, y'all,
What do you mean by extensively?
since this happened, we saw Sarah Boone, we saw Lori Vallow, we've seen many things. This is still at the top of the list of, I don't even know what to call it. Y'all feel free to give me some suggestions. That's a great point, Fender. Yeah, that is a great point. That's a great point. That's going to be terrifying. Question: do you guys think? Do you think they're going to have Jackson cross her again, or do you think they'll have Unetti or Leslie or Miss Little do it?
Yes or no?
What do you guys think?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th, 29th,
Honestly, she could hang out with Jeff, as in Twin Flames Jeff, because both of them seem like they are for real, like closet serial killers and cannibals.
yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th, 29th,
Wow.
you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
I literally, in my head, literally, as I was like anticipating her answer, my answer that I thought in my head was, what do you mean by extensively? And then she literally said it. I'm like, of course she's going to ask that, dude.
At all.
Yes, we did.
Between then and now, to Chris and Julie Albert.
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you talk to them about this case, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers in the editorial. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection. Okay, so objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th.
Yes.
You talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
And ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you've talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the Waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night.
Correct.
And they told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case? Ms.
No,
McCabe?
it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood. So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was
The
involved in
timeline,
this.
you know, it's so crazy too with the timeline thing, right? Because we have so much more information now than we did last year about the timeline that this sits differently, doesn't it, guys?
matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking you about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts,
Is that her trying to smile and look nice? Is that her nice face, you guys? Is that her I'm a nice Jen face? Is that her I'm a nice Jen face? Lord. By the way, I guess we will have to go back to direct only to hear the part where she does the banshee voice, because I don't know that she does it. Well, she probably does it on Cross too. But the banshee. This is supposed to be her I'm playing nice face. Y'all.
were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury,
Mhm.
questioned by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes.
Yes, I know what the Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second.
Mhm.
You admitted that it works as a quote GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable
Sorry.
quote unquote tracking device. Was your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said when you testified in front of the great grand jury that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Sure. May I approach you?
Yes.
Lines 13.
You said 13 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Not
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Ms. McCabe,
I'll
does
be
that
back.
refresh your recollection?
I'll
It's
be
the
back.
question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go.
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? Ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yep.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
This whole part.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
The Alberts have a dog. Had a
Oh
dog.
boy.
Pardon
Oh
me.
boy.
Correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th,
Mhm.
after 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of
Oh, right.
Brian and Nicole Alberts' home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to
I
you, Brian
forgot about this part too. There's so many details in this. I forgot about this whole thing about Chloe not attacking her thing.
Albert, Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Another good point.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door,
I
and you said you
remember-
burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
I
Mr.
remember
Albert said that you-
thinking, if I recall correctly, from the time from last year, that what I sort of was of the understanding, based on how I was interpreting the evidence, was that she was there the whole time and never left. That's what I recall thinking, based on how the evidence was presented last time. She had never left the house. I'm just remembering that now as we go through this.
You were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any
She
reaction.
weighs almost as much as I do.
No.
In fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today,
Mhm.
you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I did not see it. No.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? It was Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
We've talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit. You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel.
Brother
I did not pay
Nagel?
attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember,
Mhm.
they in front of
It's just sad, right? I mean, all of this also is to try to be like, yeah, I didn't see a body, and that's possible. It's just sad. They all have the same stupid story.
the Jeep, behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would be
Finish my question.
Mhm.
Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between.
It definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it's definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of
It
the road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct? So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV. As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind behind that Ryan Nichols vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves. Okay. So you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right? I
Yep.
don't expect you to
Yes.
surprise that day.
Yes.
You were asked what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location, and you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do. Yeah.
Yes.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel?
Okay. Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Ms. Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw them. Correct?
Objection.
Is that right?
That's one of those times where
Ryan Nagel
calling to-
texted his sister
cueing him.
at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave.
You guys watch.
Then Julie Nagel went outside
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
Let's go.
Had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before Ryan Nagel. She and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever
For the
saw them.
cue.
Objection.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question. My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? And I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that one?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe it?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend it was kind of like that.
Just
Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave.
Okay.
Like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw. That's the wave that you saw.
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car,
Mhm.
those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right? That's what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car,
Mhm.
that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car. Correct?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said, as I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
Doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time? Did
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Let me have just one more.
Yes.
I'm sorry, on April 26th, 2022, in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Also, we have Aidan.
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. To the page. Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Thank you.
She took forever on that one.
Enough to review glance at those pages.
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is a relatively simple one. I wonder if you have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front, in front of 34th Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath, in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front and with some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
You
what
were, in fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
if you want to show me?
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you
I-
not review your
I
transcript?
Just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McCabe,
Objection.
you can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
And I will do the same for you. Okay? As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no. You did or you didn't. Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep behind Ms. Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
I can't, you need to keep your
Okay,
voice up.
sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep? ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough. Did you and Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No,
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins' Jeep and what he testified to?
No,
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
can you repeat the question, please?
You ever asked by anybody to make sure you mentioned a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
After you arrived and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, pull behind me to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted hello, correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, where are you?
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted hello, correct?
Correct.
So
It's
that's
interesting because we know
5 text messages.
Karen
And
was already
each
back at
time
the
you
house.
texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first two I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay. So if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text,
Mhm.
and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second, that would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV,
Remember,
correct?
Karen would have had to.
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many
You
times do you
would've
think you
had
did
to-
do it?
I know I definitely did it the first one.
Karen would have had to have left by 12:28 to make it back to John's in time to connect to the Wi-Fi.
I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again a second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door, stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or, I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct, at 12:31.
Correct.
Right. At that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here. And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again a second time. So you saw it move twice.
One place to the flagpole to further up.
Right. So that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be, you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's going to take a minute. Go ahead, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
Look at those 784. Testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes,
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted. You indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks. After the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking. So,
I didn't ask you about your husband.
okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes,
So you're indicating that you were trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
It's further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Oh, is this the part
just
with the
right outside the
lion?
Within,
Straight outside. Yes.
well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. The front door is where it was.
Okay, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved. Correct.
And then moved the second time. Correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole and then it moved up again.
Okay. Then you indicated that you had an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside. Correct.
And then you reiterated that
It's crazy.
with the following
You know it's impossible.
exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
There it is. Disgusting, dude. Disgusting. Shame. She has no shame.
Side. Correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
Gross.
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it.
Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question, the reading.
No, that's okay. I'm going around the question.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
So not only did you have a clear view, you indicated in your words you had a good view of it, right?
Correct.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text. It's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
You maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, and the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math. You're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm. If you want to pull out the times and you can look at them.
Well, we talked about the times, and you agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45,
Correct.
right? So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know, I do the math in my head, maybe it's every 3 minutes or so.
Correct.
At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual?
No.
You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or door slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or
You know, another
revving of an
thing,
engine, anything like that?
thinking about Breenan's opening statements with the tires spinning, wouldn't that be something you would hear? I don't know if, I mean, I'm trying to think about that. It seems like you would hear that. Let me know what you guys think in the chat, if that's something that you would hear with the way the tires spin, like in the snow or whatever it was. Is that something that you would hear? I mean, because that's kind of seems like what he's getting at here.
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
I mean, that's what I was thinking.
And you agree with me as you
I feel like when that happens to me, like in the snow or whatever, I feel like I can hear that right from inside the car. Like it's pretty loud, like screeching.
the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There's no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already
I
testified.
forget
to
where
that.
you join us from, Needs and Teas, but do you live somewhere where there's snow? I'm just curious if you have experience driving, because yeah, because like where I live in Greensboro, we used to get a lot of snow. We get less now, but I lived in Boone for like over 11 years and tons of snow there. And so anyway, just snow experience.
Brad, is that right?
Correct.
And you can see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
I mean, it's crazy because it's
So
impossible.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
Oh, that's right. You're in Canada. That's
Where was
right.
the body?
Thank you for that.
I have no idea.
So
I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
I'm
Problem with that is
assuming.
You were looking at the front lawn,
Oh,
weren't you?
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
You know what field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
oh,
You had a clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
this.
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground.
Maybe the
Nothing was
lion
obstructing your
part?
vision, was it?
Or like
No.
crocodile
A
part,
clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV
Yes,
and everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
You had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
So your view was obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question.
here we go.
You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mhm.
Here it
I
is.
think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator.
There it
somewhere if it was there.
Objection, Your Honor.
I mean, yes.
I think you would see something. Can you clearly see that there's nothing between you and me except a podium?
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to
I
look down to
love
see
that.
that, right?
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Oh my God, the alligator. I was like, I couldn't remember if it was a lion or a crocodile or an alligator. There it is, the alligator in the courtroom. Wow. Love it.
As you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you, well, right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wish I had.
Shut up.
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not at
Objection.
all.
I'll let the answer stand.
Wow. Wow.
You left the location about 1:45. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when that vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. There's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself, looking directly to the rear and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Got it. Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you did look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody. You did hear some girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you were turned around looking right at it, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you,
Correct.
so that you can make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the two girls.
When you got home, what did you do?
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately between 2 and 2:15.
It took you a few minutes to drop the girls off.
Correct.
When you got home, you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls, just using your phone, any phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp phone calls, things like that?
A text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party app that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls, other than just a phone call?
No.
Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
Signal.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
FaceTime audio is a way that you can make the call. No,
I FaceTimed with my kids at school, but
that's videos. Right?
oh, okay. So yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
Did you? Now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in the group chat?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Your husband was home?
Yes.
I want to switch
Right.
gears for a second.
That's why she's saying the group chat, because it'd be weird to text your husband if you're both at home, right? I mean, unless you live in like a complete sprawling mansion and you're like on opposite wings of the house mansion. Looking at Lolly.
And ask you real quick about later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Kerry Roberts and my client Kearney, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
Yes.
You also you indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home.
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified on Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
I'm going to have just a moment. Thank you. I'm going to hand you a document. Did you, before I asked you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes.
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
Jury testimony, correct? The correct copy of that the event being perjury. Since you reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was I asked what she said?
Oh God. Jen!
I get asked the question.
Lord.
Well, I'd like you to direct me where to look.
Why don't you look at the entire grand jury testimony if you need to, and turn to the page where you
Wow.
ever said,
Wow.
my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I'll be honest. I forgot that she didn't testify to that at the grand jury. Wow.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with
Yeah.
100% clarity. She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
So it's not in that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to read over 200 pages?
May I
Yeah, go for it.
Yes.
No, I don't want to take the time. Because you just
Whoa.
indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of that,
Oh, boy.
right?
Correct.
You've gone over it recently,
A few weeks back.
so we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages or however long it is.
You think you might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you
Wow.
reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
Hello.
I read it a few weeks ago,
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you agree? You think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
Yeah, approach on.
Yes.
These are select pages. 190, 192, 193, 201, 28, and 5. I'm just going to show the answers.
Yeah. These are select pages out of your grand jury testimony. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
Wow.
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
My question is, isn't it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the leading up to going to the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at,
Mhm.
these should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning could I have hit him, correct?
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2. While driving to Fairview, she asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208, that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's 12 times that you reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury in April of 2022, what my client's statements were either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him, correct?
There it is.
Correct.
Not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked,
Oh my God.
when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're not asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Wow.
That's your testimony.
No, that's not.
Your testimony.
My testimony is our officer was asking her what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
I do not recall.
Well, you recall the I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Mhm.
Is that right?
That is correct.
That
But-
would have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
Absolutely not.
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
So
With the court's
y'all remind me, I feel like, am I wrong about this, that the 911 call has not been played for the jury yet in the current trial? I'm pretty sure it hasn't.
permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45.
I don't think it has, actually.
Yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
Appeared to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning.
It was a very brief clip. I have to hear more.
Probably waiting for her. Yeah, okay.
Starting at runtime 1:30 to about 1:40 to 1:45.
Appreciate you.
46, how long you been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car.
Was that you?
Yes, that was.
Was that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car,
Mhm.
is what you said, correct?
Yes.
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Chris Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Julie Albert.
Correct.
You hadn't talked to anybody at this point other than Kerry Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer, is that right?
She did not answer.
But you do know that your phone interaction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you are as sure about that as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times.
Wow.
Right.
I certainly am, yes.
Oh, God, that part. I mean, that's another detail that I had forgotten, this part about calling her sister and then her saying that she didn't answer.
But you do know that your phone interaction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you are as sure about that as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times. Right.
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit. This may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't mind.
Folks, we'll take morning.
One morning recess. Half day.
Well, we need the witness, but were there any questions first, or were you just going to the video?
Questions?
Okay. All right, let's bring Ms. McCabe in.
Bring her in.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke, and that was in respect of the statements that you attribute to my client out of the scene. You said, well, there was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT, and I wasn't answering questions about that, correct? Hence, you didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Let me rephrase that. Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Well, I have to say, I'm really glad we're rewatching this ahead of her testimony, whether does end up being, today or tomorrow or whenever, because there's just a lot of details in here that it's a lot to keep track of. And anyway, I feel like this is a good refresher because, there's going to be problems, right? Like discrepancies. I mean, there's going to be problems of all kinds, including discrepancies. It'll be really interesting to see what changes.
Isn't it true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208, in the grand jury. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me and listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop.
Wow.
Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
So now this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, I hate him. Correct? We agree on that.
Wow.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have an item I would like to have marked as next in order.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll bring it and run it, that will be exhibit 90.
There's a couple of questions. Mr. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question, and I apologize. This appears to be an open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. Do you recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recorded inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
Correct.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on, ambient noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least the portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I have to listen to it again, but
Well, why don't we continue listening to it and see if you recognize it?
okay.
With more permission?
Yes.
It's about 4 minutes in total, Your Honor.
Okay.
So eerie.
Pause it. Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes.
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
I'll go ahead and put this. Did you hear the audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood.
Mhm.
The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Could you also hear Kerry Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down.
Yes.
And at some point telling her to just shut up, you're not helping.
Yes, exactly.
Because she was so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that this recording is longer than your 911 call. You agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call's already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Okay, this is about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording. My only question is, would you agree that the 911 call is subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, you could, I'm assuming, tell when the 911 call ended, because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by definition. I'm not going to do that. From this point forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording. We can play it with permission.
Yes.
So, did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
Okay. One of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
Yes, I heard that. Yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There's nobody else in the cab of the car with you, was there?
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Kerry Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe,
Agree. Yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
and Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes,
But you were the one by the car.
back and forth. Mm-hmm.
You called Nicole, your sister. By the way, have this ended? Did we finish playing this just for? Okay, thank you. Okay, that appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
Okay. You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me,
Does that sound about right?
approximately.
And you made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, right?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes.
You
And
were shown phone records.
well, if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then.
Yes.
And at that time, you were confronted with the fact that the phone records show a 7-second call for 6:07. correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and ask the
You were
question.
shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds.
My sister never answered the phone.
Okay. I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like if you to answer my question. Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone record.
Okay. And you were shown that the same phone record showed that the 6:08 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right. And there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute. So the two calls at 6:07 and 6:08, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of open line time, talk time. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, right?
You have the record in front of you. I don't.
I'm just asking if you were confronted, there's that word again, if you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction, your phone records, that the 6:07 call, 7-second call, 6:08 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone regardless.
You also made another phone call at 6:23, did you not? To Brian Albert?
If you could share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
Do you recall it?
I know I called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert as well, right?
I believe so.
That was around 6:23. It was a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
But the record showed that call was not answered, as opposed to Nicole's two calls, right?
Right.
The calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement, weren't they?
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls when I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few.
Annie's can't sleep. Well, we're happy to have you here as long as you have the insomnia. So you used to live in Vegas a few months a year. Okay. Cabo, is that, I'm going to sound like a dumb head. Is that California technically? Is that Mexico technically? Anyway, what I do know is it's supposed to be exotic and beautiful. Never been there. Sounds amazing. So love that. Feel free to share the weather too.
Makes it look a different way.
Okay, so we'll get to those. I'm not cherry picking anything. Okay, asking you questions about the records.
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
What do you know?
Just going by your memory. You've seen these records a bunch of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we know that you called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock. And I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around. And what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think anybody's forgotten that.
Lord,
In fact,
she's worse, man.
did not leave voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
And that's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails because the calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You agree with me that Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Albert being a police officer, never came out of the house, right?
Correct. Neither did any neighbor.
I know you'd like to continue editorializing after the fact. There's probably a time and a place for it. This isn't it. If you can answer my question, I'd ask that you do that. Did Brian Albert come out of the house?
No,
Did Nicole Albert come out of the house?
no.
Thank you. How many of the initial police officers from Canton Police Department who responded to the scene were you friends with?
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, hey, how are you? Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody else other than Mike Lank that you were friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who he was.
And you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
You knew that Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You just indicated you also knew Officer Good, is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Seraph, Blaney, not so much.
Seraph has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Seraph.
And of all the officers who responded to the scene, the two who actually went inside the Albert home to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
The reason you know that, the reason you have a memory of what was happening inside the house is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
Correct.
And you went into that home before any of the officers went into the home. Is that right?
Correct.
You were allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
And that was before the police ever went in to do any formal interviews of you, Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you three were going to answer any questions for the police when you were asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was
Yes
no.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
No.
Did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should do with your cell phone?
No.
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No.
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
No.
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made in that early morning?
Absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Sorry.
Did you tell him which officers were outside?
I don't recall.
Did you tell him that Officer Lank, specifically, from the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
And then your husband, Matt McCabe, arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to come in the house as well, right?
Oh yes, Matt, the meerkat McCabe. That's what we were calling him last year. I wonder if they're going to call him. What do you guys think? Is the Commonwealth going to call him?
I believe Officer Lank was in the house before Matt came into the house.
Another disaster. I mean, he was like took the disaster prize until she took the stand right after him. I mean, and then it was just downhill from there, really. But yeah, wow, he was a mess. I thought about rewatching his testimony as well, because again, it's just, there's so much, man.
And a little bit later that morning, Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lank, after just a few minutes, then left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Did better
Correct.
than the other.
And
I feel like.
I can't remember if I asked this question or just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Yes.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before, going into the early morning hours, with each other, with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before, going into the early morning hours, amongst yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing
I
wrong.
understand my question. Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it yes or no? Were you allowed that group of folks,
Mhm.
were you allowed to discuss the case without police presence?
Yes.
How many of y'all think that this is related to the Sandra Birchmore case? Just curious. Like in terms of what happened to John.
So you listened during that friends and family gathering, you listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
Potentially.
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, you're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking some questions.
Yeah.
You don't seem to want to answer.
Dude, this is crazy. You can't, you're.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so let's ask a question and let's get an answer. Okay.
Yes or no? Was Brian Albert there within earshot and you discussed your version of what had happened?
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little, to be honest with you.
But when you did
Shock
speak,
and
he
horror.
could hear.
Yes.
And Nicole could hear.
Yes.
And Chris Albert could hear.
Can't type.
Chris came much later.
And your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes.
Okay. And then when Chris is talking about what happened at Waterfall, you could hear and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
Everybody was trying to figure out what had happened
And you're discussing it amongst yourselves. That's my point.
with my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left,
So in the event that whatever happened to John was some sort of accident, right? So what I mean is this, like in the event that, I'm going to say this hypothetically, that he got out of the car, Karen left, he was drunk, maybe he got into a spat in the house or whatever, maybe he didn't, but let's just say hypothetically that, maybe he was drunk or disoriented, maybe whatever, but let's just say, or maybe he just slept, and let's just say he fell and hit his head on that fire hydrant, right? And like died in the snow, right? And let's just say, for example, that like all these people in the house, the McAlberts, hypothetically, like they're all drunk, the example I gave last year, which I'm just remembering it now, and I think it helps in terms of understanding the dynamic potentially. The example I gave last year that I thought of was like I was calling it like the fancy Clue dinner party. So if you picture like the game Clue and you like a fancy dinner party from like the 1920s and everybody's all dressed up and they've got their long cigar thingy mabobbers and their gloves and it's like a movie, right? Or whatever. And like, I know there's a Clue movie. I've never seen it, but anyway, the fancy Clue dinner party. And like, it's like, but everybody's drunk, like shit-faced, right? And then it's like, they all pass out drunk. This is just what a scenario that I pictured, potentially where it's like, but they all have got all these different secrets and there's all this other stuff going on behind the scenes, right? And then they all come to, and there's a dead body, right? And then it's like, literally everybody would be looking at everybody else next to them. Did they do it? But then they'd be looking at themselves. Did I do it? Because nobody has any memory of what happened. And it's like, everybody's suspicious, right? And it's like, even from Karen, like, did I hit him, right? It's like, in a way, it's like, if you're one of those people, like the McAlberts, and you have somebody asking that question, because you don't know you don't know what happened. It could have been you, could have been your husband, could have been your sister, whatever. Could have been the dog. You know what I mean? It's like, you let that person take the fall. It's just like an interesting scenario to think about how it's like, literally everybody's a suspect, including yourself, because nobody has any recollection of what happened. Anyway, it's just an interesting thing to think about. But yeah, that's just, it's one of I'll go ahead and give some, shout out to Kit Smits, who called it a pet theory. I like that term. This is something that I know a lot of people have been thinking about, myself included, where it's like, if just thinking it through, right? Like if there was some sort of, nefarious plans or whatever to get him over there and whatever, John O'Keefe was working in that department because he was working the desk, right? So that he wasn't out there in the field. And I've just heard whiffs of this here and there. And in terms of what would be the motivation, right? For them to do this on purpose. Like there's the different potential things, right? Like maybe there was an accident and they tried to cover it up, but if it was like on purpose, right? Like getting him in the house, like the way the defense is really kind of wanting to portray it, if they could, right? It's like on purpose, right? you know, you've got is it because Higgins was jealous, right? All the different things. It's like, dude, then they can't get into the Sandra Birchmore thing. However, I would say that that's where my money would be, because I can't see any other reason for all these people to work together and to hide each other's secrets and whatnot, especially when you're involving all these cops, right? And there's just way too many people that are also involved in both cases. Anyway, it's just another thought. I mean, I hope, like I said before, I hope we just get more answers this time around, because it's just so up in the air what actually happened to him, you know? And it's just such a shame. So but yeah, I was just curious what you guys thought, if you guys had any thoughts on that. So
Another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Who's him?
Kevin Albert,
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
because you said another Albert came over.
well, speaking of Kevin, speaking of Boston PD, wow.
And I was
6 brothers.
told later it was Kevin.
Wow.
I see.
There
So
it
you
is.
believe that Kevin was not there.
And that, I mean, literally, right? I didn't time that on purpose. Like, I, haven't watched this testimony since last year. There it is, Kevin Albert, speaking of. Phew.
When you were still there.
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
Do you remember?
I don't remember it. No,
He could have.
he could have been. Absolutely.
And you knew he was a Canton police officer.
Yes.
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
Yes.
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
Correct.
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different way. Did you have knowledge in any way, shape, form, or fashion at that point that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him. Is that right?
I believe so.
You mentioned on Friday your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
Correct.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that the taillight looked, when you saw it, just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked in the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, a close-up,
Mhm.
basically, of the SUV in Sally Port.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
Yes.
You also told Trooper Proctor about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
Correct.
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Just a few hours later, is that right?
Correct.
And what you told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
Matter of fact, the words that you used were that you saw, and I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said. I said, I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
This is another example of him screwing up your words. Correct?
You'd have to ask
Yeah.
Trooper Proctor.
I mean,
So I'm asking you, did you say, I saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack in it, right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission, it's Exhibit 92, I believe, from Friday.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
You see that photograph? You were showing this photograph on Friday. Does that look like the taillight has a crack in it?
It's cracked. Yes.
It's actually completely missing.
Yeah. And I believe in one of the reports, one of the many reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Right. Does that look like it's cracked and missing pieces, or does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces. There are some of it still there. So it's cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
Got it. So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No,
Hours after.
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
So if Trooper Proctor wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again.
Objection.
That's been answered. Let's move along, please.
That's okay for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to get back to January 29th, that interview with Trooper Proctor. After this interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes.
You went with your husband, Matt?
Yes,
And you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
on the phone, he wanted to speak with me.
Is that a yes?
So I wasn't aware. He asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct.
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on interviewing you as well.
Correct.
Before Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct.
No, I was just thinking as far as the question I was asking about Matt McCabe, you know, one of the reasons that it might be worth it if the Commonwealth doesn't call him, but for the defense to call him is because, again, another thing that's easy to forget in all the mayhem, the whole thing of tell them the guy never went in the house, or tell him the guy never went in the house, that whole thing. You guys remember that part? Like, that testimony was so scathing for the Commonwealth. Like, holy shit, dude, that was like, whoa.
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
Brian Albert was in your home before Trooper Proctor was in your home. Is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs, yes.
And you believe, of course, with that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear
100.
anything about the interview,
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he was.
but you knew he was just a few feet away.
I knew he was up in my bedroom.
We've talked a little bit about your call records, and I want to pivot for a second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit 90. Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Correct.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those timeframes, correct?
Correct.
All right. I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah. Correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
The record shows, I think it shows, pardon me. Unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure. 12:29. I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay.
That one in the Celebrate extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? On the last row from the top.
At 12:29. Unknown, yes.
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29.
No.
2:29 call, correct?
We didn't speak at 2:29. We spoke at 12:14 and we spoke at 12:18. We never spoke at 12:29.
So you're indicating that the 12:29 call was either missed or otherwise. Went to voicemail, something.
The 12:29, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way. According to this, there were 6 more calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Counter, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's before, or that's up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, I'd like to show you another document. Or if I could.
Y'all, if you see Happy Annie in any chats today, make sure to send her some love, guys.
want to make sure I mention it.
Yes.
Thank you.
I want to show you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one?
No.
Okay. If you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there. 0142. Sorry, 0142.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to answer this question before I approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching about this document.
Yes.
Why don't we just go up there?
Sure.
May I have that, please? I don't need to look at it.
Okay. By the way, guys, I'm getting some more stuff in the Discord for y'all. With that,
Your Honor, just for ease of maintenance, may I approach and handle
Yes.
an unredacted version?
Yes.
Same thing here, sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
you'll see something that says Apple ID.
Yes.
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Whose Apple ID is that?
That's mine.
Okay, if you look 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't read the phone number out. Just tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Whose is that?
That's mine.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't get it mixed up. Does this appear to be cell-right extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time,
Yes.
associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from 1214 after that all the way up to 1250, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 1214 and 1250.
There are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
What
I'm
time?
just not sure. I see a call. Wait a minute. This report has times everywhere.
Right. It's chronological except for the calls that were deleted. You see a call at 5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone,
I see a call at 5:52. Yes.
but there's not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
It's very hard to. This report time-wise.
You can look at every single time on the report. There's not that many.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to say that
Emergency.
it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order. They're out of order.
I understand that, Mr. McCabe, but if you look at every one of the entries, there's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or any of the subsequent 12:29, any of the subsequent phone calls. They're all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Did you agree with that?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move for the admission of NN as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Fact of the matter is, according to those Cellbrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, I'm sorry, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two, you saw a bunch of calls on John O'Keefe's phone, right? You know, he couldn't have deleted them. He passed away, right?
Correct.
You saw your cell phone extraction, which is the handshake for John O'Keefe's phone, and all of your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague. There were numbers. There were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
I remember this. This is interesting. So for anyone who's not a member of the Discord, Nightbot should be putting the link in the chat for y'all. I just posted some great resources with all the new data we just got compiled. I've also got some other things in there, such as like the verdict slips and whatnot. But if you join the Discord and you go to the Karen Read thread, and there it is, you'll be able to see those and take a look. And of course, I'm sure we'll get even more information today. But yeah, some good resources there. So.
Bunch of missing calls, right? You didn't see any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or no? They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing. I'm not really even sure what's there because the numbers are it's all redacted.
So you were not seeing any redacted calls.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
It's now an exhibit.
It's now an exhibit. Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report did not show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14 to 12:50.
I believe there was one on there.
5:52. That's the next morning, ma'am, right?
Were there other calls in that time period on the Celebrate?
You just said there weren't.
Wow.
Just looked at them.
I've told you that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right. The fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Would you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The fact is that you deleted your call records before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McCabe? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
Incorrect. I willingly turned over my phone.
Okay, trying to find it. I'm so glad we did that pause. I'm so glad we're listening to this, trying to find it. I'm remembering now. See, I'd forgotten about this. The calling it incessantly, trying to find it. This totally supports this idea that his phone was in the yard the whole time. We were talking about this with the battery. Speaking of the battery temperature, I was just referencing that it was in the Discord. This totally supports the idea that his phone was in the yard and he was in the house. And you know what? That would make sense too. Or in terms of like the defense, that makes sense too, because think about it, right? If he was getting beat up or whatever, he couldn't call 911, right? He couldn't call for help. So if his phone, whether he dropped it or whether it was whatever, somehow he was without his phone. And so, but maybe they didn't know it. I'm just saying, this is kind of what is being suggested here. And I feel like we talked about this a little bit last time, but what we didn't have was this battery data. And it's so interesting how the Commonwealth thinks this is going to help them. Because looking at it from what we have so far, they haven't even gone into it on cross yet. It really supports the theory that the phone was by itself in the yard. And then after Karen Read was long gone, there was a body placed on top of it, which kept the phone warmer, and is also why he was on top of the phone. And it kind of explains all the things, right? Like, in other words, there's no way for the phone and the person to have both been there for the entire time, starting from the time that we know Karen had left. Then you have the testimony we just heard from not that long ago with her, right? The whole thing of the texting and the calling and the looking out the window and seeing, she testified to seeing the Lexus 5 times or whatever it was for 20 minutes after we know Karen wasn't there anymore. It's kind of crazy. So I think that for me, at least, it's really, becoming even more clear with for the defense. I mean, kind of insane that it's backfiring on Hank Brennan, in my opinion. Carla, definitely check the Discord if you haven't looked yet in the Karen Reed thread. Right. This is what I'm thinking is going on here. And again, this is being suggested this is from obviously last trial. This is being suggested here that the phone was in the yard the whole time. He must have dropped it outside and again, if they're calling it, it means they don't know where it is. He must maybe dropped it before he went inside. The phone was under his body. Yep. Under his body. Yep. Which doesn't make, how did it get there? Right. That doesn't make any sense. And when you look at the temperature, the battery temperature, it's very interesting. So, but let me back it up so you all can hear this again, because this is really important. And glad we're reviewing this. Because again, she's expected to testify today. Okay.
Any redacted calls?
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
It's now an exhibit.
It's now an exhibit. Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report did not show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 1214 to 1250.
I believe there was one on there.
552. That's the next morning, ma'am. Right?
Were there other calls in that time period on the Celebrate?
You just said there weren't. You just looked at it.
I've told you that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right. The fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 1214 and 1250. Would you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The fact is that you deleted your call records before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McCabe? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
Incorrect. I willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted your phone call logs, correct?
Absolutely not.
So again, this would be because they don't know where the phone is, so they're calling it, right? Trying to find it because they want to make sure that he is with the phone and found with the phone. So
what date did you turn your phone over?
Potentially, right? I mean, that's what's being suggested.
Possibly February 3rd.
How many days after this incident was that?
4 or 5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I knew there was going to be an objection on that
Did
one.
you ever have any group chats with family members who are witnesses in this case?
Yes.
Of course. That's normal.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Flip through those. The record is clear.
With the 2 officers that I handed, they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So other than calls with your daughters that you deleted, did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I do not recall deleting any phone calls at all. I would have no reason to delete.
Hang on.
At all?
There were text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Listen to the difference. So it's not all I recall I deleted, it's all I deleted. And now she's going to change this answer here.
Any phone calls?
I do not recall deleting.
Stopped herself and added the recall and weasel.
Any phone calls at all. I would have no reason to delete anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls.
Literally what I was just saying. That is hilarious.
Anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls. Means you might have.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I do not recall deleting any phone calls.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No.
Did you delete any of your calls with Nicole Albert?
No.
Did you delete any of your calls with Brian Albert?
No.
With Chris Albert?
No.
With Julie Albert?
No.
Colin Albert?
No.
With any of the
Not
witnesses
even
in this
listening,
case,
she's
did
just
you
gonna
make
say
any
no.
calls before you turn that phone over?
No, no.
May I return?
Yes.
For those of you guys who missed it earlier in this live stream, we revisited Mrs. Kolokithas' testimony. There was that really interesting, weird moment that she talked about where Jen was like trying to lure Karen away from John. Anyway, we revisited that earlier. That was really interesting. We were talking about how we really hope that the defense calls her back because she definitely had more she wanted to say and she was never asked. It was a real shame, a missed opportunity. In fact, she talked about it more on direct than she did on cross, but it was like, wow, like super creepy the way she talks about that. And I remember that really struck me at the time. And I'd forgotten about that until we started going back through Jen's testimony this morning. And they played that clip outside the waterfall. And I was like, oh yeah, what happened with that testimony from Miss Kolokithas? So we went back and looked at that. Anyway, it's been really interesting to go back through some of this in lieu of all the new things we've learned and all the things we may have forgotten. So.
Ms. McCabe, I'm handing you a packet of documents. Appears to be about 10 pages long. Do you recognize what's in those documents?
Yes.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen, yes.
On February
Can you just
1st,
tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course, Your Honor.
The Bates stamp number?
2148.
Okay,
is where
thank you.
I'm going to start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page. On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148.
Hi, Franks.
That should be the middle bubble, the middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie said channel 4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes.
The response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Look at the next page, the top,
Mhm.
149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert.
Mhm.
What is that answer?
Exactly.
Oof.
Does it appear to you from this chat that Matt McCabe was directing witnesses, specifically Chris Albert, what to say to the news media?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
That is not how I would understand this.
He never went in that, tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Just like she said, I hit him.
Correct.
Wow. For anyone who's just now joining us,
So according to
Jen Mccabe is expected to testify after they finish with Ian Whiffen today. So sucking some down now. Yeah, I need to suck some down myself. That's what she said.
this chat, at least, at the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris
Here's Matt
Albert, who
McCabe.
was never at the house and would have
Walking
no
down the
personal
hall.
knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe. Right?
That's what he wrote.
Does that sound to you a little bit like collusion?
A little sus.
Objection.
A little bit sus.
At some point,
A little bit
you
sus.
sought
A little
out
bit rock and roll.
Kerry Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th, or maybe not, maybe on the 29th. Correct?
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No.
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Kerry Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Kerry as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Kerry Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
It had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
On the 29th.
Yes.
So before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, you can do this all day long. Before the end of the day,
You can
turned
do this
with
all day
Kerry Roberts,
long.
right?
Immediately in the morning, I wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First, you tried my client,
I mean,
Kerry,
this is
correct?
so, I'm so
Correct.
glad I love this because, again, expecting her to testify here shortly. Will it be Jackson again? And how many times will he say we can do this all day long? Is this good? Like, I'm just really, this is going to be very interesting.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a
I'm
second ago,
going to try to cover it live, especially because we will have just refreshed our recollection. Couldn't help myself. That wasn't even on purpose. Refresh our recollection with this testimony.
were claimed that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way
She was
to see
mad,
John O'Keefe's parents,
Carla,
She was picking them up.
and you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
from question number one.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Kerry Roberts' phone number, did you?
I wanted to speak with Kerry, see how she was doing. I was not going to call Peg.
You had her phone number, didn't you?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called her.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
Check on your friend. That was just too much.
I wanted to ask Kerry. I'm sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone. It was a simple thing. I made sure I got Kerry Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together.
Shock and
There's
tell.
nothing evil here.
Kerry Roberts' number, Ms. McCabe, is because you want.
Meg, in case you missed it, I was saying that she reminds me a lot of Jeff, as in Twin Flames Jeff, with like the closet serial killer / cannibal face that they get. It's pretty good.
Kerry Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together. There's nothing evil
Kerry
here.
Roberts' number, Ms. McCabe,
Exactly what a Disney villain would say. Just
is because you wanted to make sure that you controlled her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
Did you take any steps whatsoever to influence Kerry Roberts' statements?
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you write a text to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed them that, quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158, where you informed them, quote, Kerry is here going over timeline, end quote.
Correct.
You reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Kerry was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a, quote, timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Kerry.
So no, I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you
Here it is.
ask Kerry, or did Kerry come out, show up at your house and, quote unquote, go over a timeline with you?
Kerry showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Wow, the way she's throwing Kerry under the bus. I mean, this is not, dude, this is interesting. Wow.
Quote, go over a timeline with you.
Kerry showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Kerry Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Kerry Roberts a timeline for her, correct?
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, that she was creating this timeline with you on February 1st, 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes.
After you created or drafted this timeline with Kerry, she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking. She sat down for an interview with the police, didn't she?
When?
You tell me. That's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Yes.
After this timeline was created on February 1st, at some point thereafter, Kerry Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're sort of bearing the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am. right?
There was on Tuesday, 2 officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
So, using my question, she did the interview at your house.
Oh, they came to my house to interview me and she happened to be there. So they asked if they could speak with her also.
Okay. Did she or did she not do an interview at your house?
She did, yes.
That wasn't that hard. You were present for that interview, weren't you?
I was eating dinner.
You were present for the interview, Ms. McCabe,
I was in the house, yes.
and you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You made sure you gave Kerry Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview, didn't you?
And where is this that you're quoting from?
I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I apologize.
We'll get to it in a second. Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Kerry is her own person.
But then you did report her progress to the Albert and McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
Sure. Isn't it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed Kerry, and handed phone to Kerry. You remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group, she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Yes.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., it's basically the same moment, quote, all this stuff, end quote, correct?
Correct.
So when you said a couple of minutes ago that you weren't listening to what she was saying, that was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about 2 different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
McCabe, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I wasn't there. You were there. She was in your house on February 1st giving an interview to the police, wasn't she?
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening. So I think you might have 2 events confused.
so either way, whether she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group. She's telling them everything.
No, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because Kerry is an extremely blunt person and she was giving personal feelings about the situation. And I was horrified by it.
To the police.
To the police.
And you're listening.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting it back to the group, weren't you?
That one thing she stated, I reported back to the group, yes.
So you're listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it, correct?
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting that interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Kerry's a blunt person, not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship. And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You were so shocked and horrified that
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided it was so important that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert and his friends.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back.
Yes, I said she told them everything.
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023, you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly what that text message was referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, because Kerry Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Kerry Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh, no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything, all this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it. And one day Kerry made the statement, and I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something and then you're like, oh my God, that's what it was.
I'm not sure if that happens to everyone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask you a different question. When you were asked under oath a year ago, when things were fresher in your mind, you were asked specifically what you were referring to And your answer was, I have no idea, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Kerry Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to be asked specifically, do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Kerry, maybe. I'm talking to Kerry. And the question was, but you don't recall this text? And your answer was, I don't remember. That's what you testified to a year ago, correct?
Correct.
But now you're talking about some memory of a disparaging comment that Kerry Roberts has about my client. And that's the everything in your mind.
Yes, the things that she was saying.
Quite obviously, what you were referring to in that text in real time, Ms. McCabe, was that Kerry Roberts was telling the police, quote, everything that you had laid out for her in this timeline meeting you had with her, correct?
Objection.
So it's sustained as to that form. You can ask that question in a proper way.
The everything you referred to in that text in real time was what you had worked out with Kerry in that timeline meeting, wasn't it? That was the everything you were referring to, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to come up with a story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
You went on in your group chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Kerry Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167. Matt McCabe texted the group, Brian, comma, sitting separate, end quote, correct?
Yes.
It sounds like Matt McCabe is reporting back to Brian Albert, following your instructions, we're sitting separate.
Objection.
Sustained.
1 minute later, Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Mr. McCabe, if you don't understand a question that I have, just let me know. But otherwise, let me ask the question. On page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group, quote, you listening, correct?
Yes.
And at the same time, 515, you then wrote, cops here again, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That was in reference to the police coming over to your house to further interview Kerry Roberts, wasn't it?
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Kerry Roberts was there.
Was
correct?
at my house, correct?
And a few minutes later at 5:23, Nicole Albert texts, call us after, correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that, Matt McCabe texts, quote, this girl could write a book, ... nonstop, correct?
Correct.
So obviously Matt McCabe, along with you, was listening to Kerry Roberts in her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with our children, and Kerry Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on
How do you
as
know?
she does because they were in the other room.
And you could listen.
I could hear voices.
You could hear her interview with the police.
Did not hear her interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
Oh, the basketball game.
You then responded to Matt McCabe. I love it.
Yes.
And then you responded about this interview you just testified under oath and under penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, she is telling them everything,
Yes.
end quote, correct?
Yes.
So what you said just a few minutes ago about not knowing what she was saying, I could just hear voices, that was a lie.
It was.
Objection.
Sustained.
And a couple of seconds later, Nicole Albert responds, one word. What was her response?
Good.
He's not look happy about it.
So in order, those texts say, you listening? You say, you listening?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day, you were eavesdropping on an interview that Kerry Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity, weren't you?
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not even. I'm saying there's a possibility if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
Well, why, Ms. McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving? A second ago, you told this jury, you said I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like muffled voices from the other room. She was going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with a text message where you said, she's telling them everything, now it's, well, I may have heard a couple of things. Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
Why was it so important to report back to the group that you were happy that Kerry Roberts was saying, quote, everything?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We had both lost our friend. Kerry Roberts was in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Kerry was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together, and I had pieced it all together because at the end of the day, our friend was dead and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her?
Very
Or were
true,
you happy
Carla.
for you
Very
and
true.
Brian and Matt?
Franks and I are on a side quest.
For me and for her because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
You got the story out that you're trying to get out from Kerry Roberts. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create, I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report to Lank, grand jury. Right? That
Oh, you're lolly.
kind of fact.
Objection.
Is that right?
That is a fact that I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
The fact is you wanted to keep very close tabs on Kerry Roberts, didn't you?
No.
On January 29th, if you look on page 2223, did you text the group, quote, Kerry talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote.
Yes.
Okay, it's becoming a habit for you to keep tabs on Kerry Roberts, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustain.
You'll agree that over and over and over and over again, you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Kerry's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them. Was there
Oh,
4 of them?
James.
You're saying over and over and over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue with the way that I phrased over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Mr. McCabe.
Okay.
So at least one of us, I'll withdraw.
Oh,
You consistently reported back to the group how Kerry Roberts was doing with the police, didn't you?
I would update them after Kerry saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th, and this is on page 2226.
wow. You know,
And she says, quote, we'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it, end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than let's not text about it.
you know, I'm just really curious who's going to cross her. Like, what are they going to go with Jackson again? I mean, again, think about like the depot. Look at this face. Think about like the depot scarring and whatnot, right? Like we've talked about before. Like the two of them are basically like would kill each other. if they had the chance, probably, right? Like if it were legal, right? You know, and so, or do you throw a curveball by putting someone else up there, like, I don't know, Mr. Alessi or Mr. Unetti? I mean, it's an interesting thought. I mean, because if you go with Jackson, they're going to pick up with this dynamic where they left off, and it'll be a really great show for everybody. It'll be interesting. You know, but the other thought too is if you go with like maybe a Mr. Alessi, right, and he stays really calm, then she would look like could look like the combative one, right? Like if she comes in super aggressive, and he's like, you know, being the nice guy. Or maybe Miss Little. I don't know. Just, you know, I don't know. It's going to be really curious how they handle a strategically.
What you say? Your words in your little circle. Correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their job.
So by definition, the info that Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very tight, very secret. Correct?
We needed the police to do their job. So we weren't going.
Texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
Not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Didn't even give me private information.
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert. We'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
So did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Kerry are friends, and she, you know, jumped in the car.
She did say she went to the O'Keefe's. Did she say on the way afterwards? Hold on.
With this case, any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Kerry are friends, and she, you know, jumped in the car and was consoling Kerry and asks how the O'Keefes were doing. And, you know, we talked to her.
So you pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
I thought
no.
The fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is conflicted off the case, you had a meeting with, and you the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car, and what happened?
And Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No. Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car, and her and Kerry are friends, and she was checking on Kerry and, you know, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy. You know, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Kerry's a talker. So
is that even if it wasn't sus? The fact that she didn't disclose that at the time and not until now makes it sus looking, right? You know what I mean?
Could have been an hour.
Could have been an hour standing outside?
Sitting in the car.
Sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
Not February 30th.
I said February 30th. January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Kerry, and they were talking. It's her friend.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th?
I wonder what she's going to say, Jen. I mean, if she takes a stand today or whenever she takes a stand, when they ask her about, you know, her, dude, the fact that like she talked to Kerry Roberts, like on the way to the courthouse where she testified. and then like the day before, and then like just all that, it blows the mind. Will she deny it? Will it match up? Will she admit it? I mean, it's just insanity.
Yes.
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
It was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview. They just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation. How about that?
Yeah. Yes.
You met with folks in the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully.
I think a lot of what they do is sus, but I was just speaking specifically of that one thing. Like, it's sus if you know you're supposed to disclose things and you don't, right? For anybody, for any witness, right? And it doesn't come out until you're on the stand, right? Like, when there's all these conflicts of interest and there's all the law enforcement in the family, and you're not supposed to be talking to each other, right? You're not supposed to be, like, they know that. And yet they're, it makes it seem sus even if it's not sus. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it makes it seem sus when you don't report it, right? It's just like with anything else. If it's really not a big deal, you just go ahead and you say, yep, this is what happened, da-da-da. It was just, they were talking, I went in the used bathroom, da-da, right? But the fact that it didn't come out, and it didn't come out on direct, and it didn't come out until towards the end of cross, it makes it seem sus, even if it wasn't. That's what I'm saying. And that's true for anything in any trial, right?
I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
Beelan?
No.
Lynn Beelan?
No, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
But an employee of the DA's office?
Yes.
It sounds like a pretty big meeting.
I wouldn't call it a big meeting. There was, 5 of them?
How long did you, 5 of them and then you? Right?
My daughter Allie came with me also.
Oh, right.
The meeting's getting bigger.
Mm.
Anybody else?
No, we both went.
Was Allie in the room when you were, I was going to say interviewed, but you take issue with every word I use. When you were talked to by the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over everything, how this all works, because this is all brand new to us. And then they asked me to leave the room.
You were about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now, at this meeting, was anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs, and nobody has a notepad in front of them? Like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
Taking notes?
I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Was that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know, approximately 20 minutes. Then I left and they spoke with her. And then I went back in and they spoke with me.
How long did they speak with you?
Yeah.
Honestly, maybe half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you what they expected your testimony to be?
They never spoke about what they
Again, I just hope that, it's not, I think it's still, I think anything's really still possible in terms of like, my thought from the first trial, right, was like, my money was on the fire hydrant, that it was an accident. Nobody knew what happened. Everybody was drunk. And then it was easy for them to blame it on Karen Reed. So it wouldn't, they wouldn't be on the hook for it. But having said that, this new information that we're getting, a battery of the phone, is interesting. There's just some interesting pieces of information. Again, we're still learning. That's all we can hope is to learn more, right? But like as assessing the evidence from the first trial, to me, where I ended up was like the most likely explanation was from what we had, right? Was that, he somehow, something happened. He like hit his head on the freaking top part of that fire hydrant. Because for anyone who doesn't know this, I accidentally saw the injuries to his head. Didn't mean to, accidentally saw it when I was looking for a document. And it's very specific. And anyway, the top part of that fire hydrant totally looks like it could have caused that. Initially, I thought it looked like maybe it was like hitting it, like falling backwards and hitting his head on like the blade of a snowplow, just from what the wound looked like. And then I figured that couldn't have been possible because of where he was located, and he would have dropped dead pretty like almost immediately after that, right? So then when that testimony came in, and then I took a closer look. Actually, it was the day of the jury view, guys. When any of you guys were there last year, we were watching the jury view, and I was like, wait a second. And I like zoomed in on that fire hydrant. I was like, huh, because I was like, I'd seen the injury to the head, and I was like, that looks like it could also be the culprit. And anyway, and of course he was found right near the fire hydrant, anyway, I just wanted to note that I still think that anything is possible with all that. The thing that the evidence is bearing out, I think pretty clearly, is that he was not hit by a car. So we'll see what the Commonwealth
Expected my testimony to be. They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911.
What pictures?
Just of the house and how I'd be asked to, show, okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and you'll have a laser.
Okay, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
So you wanted to prepare to make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination, correct?
I wanted to know what was coming. Yes.
And you knew that one of the things was coming after this meeting. Well, let me ask it a different way. During this meeting, did Mr. Lally tell you one of the things that's going to be coming is you have an off-the-books meeting at Lank's house for 45 minutes? Did he tell you that?
No, that's not how I was told.
Did he tell you that the defense had uncovered a report that established that you were actually at Michael Lank's house for 45 minutes that had never been reported to the defense or the prosecution before the phone extraction had been done? Did he tell you that?
I was asked, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th?
So you've had a lot of time to come up with a story about why you were at Michael Lank's, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up at Michael Lank's house. The first responding officer and Friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose. You just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story. It's the truth. Kerry dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Kerry is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened the day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you have this off-the-books meeting at Michael Lank's house, Nicole Albert says, we'll get more info tomorrow, meaning the very day you show up at Lank's house.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lank at his house. It was not an off-the-books meeting. It was Kerry dropping her daughter at one of her good friend's house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop. That is what it is. That is the truth.
A lot of coincidences. Do you agree?
Objection.
Again, had they just reported it right away, we wouldn't be here, right? It seems sus because they didn't say anything.
Yeah, so,
Yes.
Whether even if it was sus, if they just reported it right away, it wouldn't seem sus, right? It's just a disclosure.
By the way, what did Mr. Lally show you in respect of this issue about this meeting at Michael Lank's house?
He showed me nothing.
He's told you about it.
Brian Tully told me.
Okay, what did Mr. Tully tell you? Trooper Tully. What exactly did he tell you at this meeting about this Michael Lank issue?
He said, did you go to Michael Lank's on January 30th? And at first I said, no, I've never been to his house. And then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there. And that was the extent of the conversation.
You said, yeah, I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up, like, what the heck were you doing at Michael Lank's house the day after this issue?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
You didn't ask a follow-up like that?
I do not believe he did.
So Trooper Tully, had you come down for an interview, he confronted you with a fact that had never been disclosed before, to wit.
Yeah.
You showed up at Michael Lank's house, and when you said, hang on, I think your words were, oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up question?
He was there. You're spinning all of this.
Man, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I'll spin. There's a judge here to make sure that I don't spin. I'm asking you a question. It's very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael Lank, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally didn't have any follow-up questions?
I don't believe Mr. Lally was in the room.
Who else? I thought you said Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin.
They were. They might not have been in the room at that time.
I see. So Mr. Lally just happened to, just saunter out?
It was a different time.
So Mr. Lally was in and out of the conversation?
Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened.
Well, why is that?
Because I met with Brian Tully and he was not there.
Is Brian Tully taking notes?
No.
He's a state trooper interviewing a witness. And
He was.
Objection.
Sustained.
The same report that has you at Michael Lank's house also has you picking up Nicole Albert going by 34 Fairview just before you went.
And
to
the
Michael
other
Lank's house.
thing, the other
Aware
thing
of that?
is literally, I don't think anybody can deny that if it wasn't a house full of cops, they would have searched the house. I mean, that's the other thing, right? They would have searched the house. They would have gone inside, you know.
We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
So you went by 34 Fairview, then diverted, and right after you went by 34 Fairview, went directly over to Michael Lank's house. What was the reason you stopped by 34?
Oh, she does that a ton.
We didn't stop by. Maybe
Yeah,
Kerry.
I've been pointing out she cues him. She cues him. She's been doing that the whole time. Yep, she cues him.
We slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
So you did a drive by 34 Fairview. Giggles? What?
Nope, that's how we get to Michael Lank's house.
If the report shows that you actually stopped at 34 Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's house, would we have another oh my gosh moment?
Nope, no oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
Did anybody else go with you over to Michael Lank's house?
No, it was Kerry, myself, and her daughter.
Your Honor, maybe approach briefly.
Okay.
Brief approach.
Some detail about your calls with Ms. McCabe. We've talked in some detail about your calls with John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that conversation? Yes. I want to focus your attention on or at 12:14 a.m., moving up to about 12:50 a.m. You have that time in mind?
Yes.
You've seen the Taillight extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you the other day, correct?
Correct.
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
Correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly, just to orient you, if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was a call that you indicated was answered. You had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
There was a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds. That call also was answered by you. John O'Keefe made that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Then there's the 12:29 and 44 second call that you indicated was not answered.
Correct.
And that was a call to you, from you to him.
Correct.
There was a 12:41 call from you to John O'Keefe, correct? That was
correct.
There was a 12:41 and 54 second call from you to him. Is that right?
Correct.
There was a 12:43 and 19 second call from you to him.
Correct.
12:46 a.m. and 16 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
And 12:50 and 37 seconds from you to him, correct?
Correct.
You saw in his extraction report that all of those calls after 12:18 were missed calls, correct?
In his report that you showed me?
Correct. In other words, the only two calls that were answered were the 12:14 and 12:18. Everything else was a missed call.
I believe so. I would have to refer to it again because I've seen so many reports.
And Ms. McCabe, according to the extraction reports that you've seen this morning, comparing yours to his, every single one of those calls was deleted off your phone, correct? According to the reports.
According to that report, yes.
Let me ask you another question. Have you ever misplaced your phone?
Yes.
In life, everybody does, right?
Yes.
What's one of the first things you do if you're with your daughter or your husband or a friend and you're in your house and you misplace your phone? What do you do?
Oh, I'll ask them to call my phone.
Right. Even over and over and over.
I can honestly say I've never lost my
As
phone,
many as
but I'm a
5,
weirdo
6,
like that.
7 times.
I don't lose
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
I literally
Looking for
don't
a
have
buzz or ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50. You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
I'm asking you about your prior testimony.
And I'm asking,
About these calls,
yes, I'm asking, can I see it, please?
I'm asking you a different question. At this other proceeding, which you were under oath,
Yes.
right? You explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. In fact, 2 words.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to you, you literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes. Is that right?
No, it was easy.
I don't remember making any of those calls.
It's
So my
easy to forget about all these butt dials in the wake of the other butt dials. I kind of forgot about these other butt dials, but I'm so glad we are being reminded about the other butt dials that, wow,
assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket
all of the butt dials.
and that was it.
When you dial
You know,
someone,
it's an interesting thing because that new thing we just heard about as of yesterday, the freaking pocket feature thing Ian Whiffen was talking about, that new thing, the pocket state or whatever it was called. Shouldn't that be interesting when we look at the data pertaining to the butt dials, right? If the thing is blocked, he even gave an example of like if the phone is ringing and you go to pick it up, it's like if the lens for the camera is blocked, it shows as like a pocket, what are those, pocket state or whatever?
one by mistake, you hit a button, set your phone down, the phone has to be open. You'll agree with that, right?
Correct.
Can't be locked. It takes several iterations of movement to get a phone open. Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away. That's a butt dial. People call butt dials. What happens with the call?
I assume it goes to voicemail.
It's a good assumption because that's exactly what it does, isn't it? You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes.
It rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
Correct.
So in order to hang up that butt dial, you have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes.
So if you had 6 butt dials, 7, I think it's 7 butt dials, you'd not only have to interact with the phone once to butt dial, John, you then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I mean, I guess I don't have it all right in front of me, but there were also text messages I was sending. So again, maybe I said, oh, shoot, I called them and then I turned it off.
But your claim is you don't remember those incessant butt dials and those incessant hangups at all, correct?
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction showed that John O'Keefe got no voicemails. Right?
I didn't look, but
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be your last question for today, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The period between 1229 and 1250, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times, that's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
All right, folks. So I'm going to once the stadium walk, I'm going to get taken.
Okay, let me pull up tomorrow. Tomorrow. Right now is tomorrow. It's not a day away. Anyway, because she comes back in wearing beige, I remember. Do 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 do. Do do do. Just let me pull it up in just a sec. Finding it here. Okay. Day 15. Okay. this should be it. Yep.
Give the court and jury in the case now, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I wanted to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission there.
Sure. Same, 10-page document she said.
Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't need to rush you.
That's good.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that have been authenticated be moved, marked and moved to evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes.
Exhibit 98 from record.
Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
Exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please?
Let me go forward here. Why is it not? Here we go.
Who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th.
Yeah, James, I think the only issue
Let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did
in the garage is location data that shows it really was. I mean, they showed that last or yesterday. It's not possible, I don't think, for it to have been in the garage. I mean, we'll see what comes up on cross, but it looks like, at least from what was presented, and I remember this being the case last time also, that it was always in the vicinity of the flagpole and the fire hydrant and whatnot in a pretty tight radius. So we'll see what else comes out on cross today.
In fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific.
But I guess to me, from what I remember from the last trial, could be different this trial. It was more like showing that John could have gone in the house, but maybe not necessarily his phone. Again, that's where this battery thing is going to be really interesting, because that might really support that theory for the defense, depending on what comes out. So,
specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
yes.
Internet report page. It's like the second to the last or third to the last page. It's Lank's report.
Could you take a look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself if you wouldn't mind, please. Report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it,
Well,
that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report, what he writes that you said to him,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Ms. Reed said something to the effect of, quote, "I hope I didn't hit him," end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." And I told him that he should ask responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, "I hope I didn't hit him," correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Lank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who?
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they hope things.
Why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this. Mr. Jackson, the door's open.
Your Honor, she could answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe?
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor. Michael Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house, and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lank's. It was not Jen going to Michael Lank's. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation
Needs
with
to be refreshed.
a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations over the last 2 years.
Trooper Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
It's the multi-page report. I'm going to show you this page.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay, was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence, but
Right.
that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right, so if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had it, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had at some point multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes. Is this what was marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
It's just a full one at a time. Highlighted.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. If you could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at this. We looked at this at some point on and after January 29th.
Yes,
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
Sure. You want to
Okay,
do it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you.
A.m. Trooper Proctor calls you. 9 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor. 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m. You then called Trooper Proctor again. 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day at 11:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes. Oh, she did the green and angry stack situation.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my other call logs.
Do you believe that you had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with him?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
May I have them, Your Honor?
Yes.
Maybe we approach briefly.
Approach. He's got the no beard. Oh, I like that sport coat or whatever you call it. Suit coat. I don't know. I like that. I like that very much. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't, it's not like I have a problem with a beard. It's like the Civil War style, right? That he's got going on now. I'm not.
Thank you, Tori.
They'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute?
I do not recall.
Okay, he's making a record. We're going to skip through this while he makes the record. Okay.
The 29th, no.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room. And another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that. because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, "You've
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023.
So the objection sustained.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's
It's a false
everywhere.
statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
This is when he asked
After you went
about,
upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct?
no, maybe that was Matt.
After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring to?
Your phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
From
I'm-
Celebrate, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so. So that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrate extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrate data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrate data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m.
God, I forgot they didn't get into the Hos Long of it all until this day. Wow.
Right?
Yes.
For anyone who's just now getting here, we are rewatching Jen McCabe's testimony from the first trial. This is from day 16. We are on cross-exam. Yeah.
What was so important about ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure.
I mean, here's what I would do. I would go with a hybrid. Instead of you got your Hos Long dying in the cold, and then you've got or Hos Long dying in snow, and then you've got how long die in Kikti. I would go with the hybrid of Hos Long to die in Kikti. That's what I would do.
Recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mm-hmm.
If you personally wanted to know how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Did you actually Google searched it?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was.
2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
There's so many lies
Okay,
and misconceptions
no
on social media.
No question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking. And she was saying, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
How about,
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
And you literally, to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
that morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hos Long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtleboy did.
So if the world happens to know it, that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. Hos Long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hos Long to die in cold, correct?
If you could show me it, I'd appreciate it.
You later Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're actually.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
See, I'm thinking this is the best. Oh, it rejected my comment.
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Oop.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Yes. Did you see this, the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection?
Here we go.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
Hos Long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you, exactly, you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Googled hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled Hos Long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hos Long to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to the Cellbrite data,
Why? What black letter?
you see this first search? It says
Is that
Hos Long
Jen
Search.
Mccabe?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time.
You
No.
realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27.
Oh no.
Correct.
Again, absolutely not.
Like, that's
But
terrible.
you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Hos Long to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
Well, you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
This is a comment.
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning, in 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one, at 6:24, says Hos Long to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that grade. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is, your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 2:27. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrite will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then,
Meg, I will just say my mom texted me yesterday and said she just discovered she has a mouse living in her laundry room. Maybe you can tell your boys that that's what happened to Gus. You know, that he just decided he wanted to come to North Carolina and he showed up in my mom's laundry room. Oh, that's terrible. No. Oh, Meg, that's awful. Oh, well, Gus, for anyone who's listening, is Meg's garage mouse, who she just found when he went to mouse heaven. That's terrible. That's awful. Oh, a rattlesnake. That's frightening sounding, but that's so sad for Gus.
of those three searches,
We love him.
one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrite report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he not
Objection.
your-
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning, I
Oh,
did,
is
yes.
this the face of someone who loves somebody talking about how they love them?
search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is
Wow. Amazing. Really.
Family and friends.
he? Is he not
Objection.
your-
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning, I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up, that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those 3 searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's not
search.
what I asked you. The one according to the Celebrite report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
May I have a briefing?
Yes.
Wow.
Thank you.
I don't know that we're going to be listening to Mr. Lally here. Y'all. Do you guys want to listen to the redirect at all? Look at him.
Some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
Neil.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Let me see who testifies after her. Oh, there's Kerry Roberts. Okay. I think after her, is it what are the sisters Sullivan and all that? Aruba? She's not crossed. Yeah, it's the Sullivan sisters in the Aruba nonsense. Okay. 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 Well,
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much.
girlfriend, clerk, too cute by half. Why does that name ring a bell? Are you somebody we know? But welcome, welcome, welcome. So we are just revisiting Jen Mccabe's testimony from the first trial. She's expected to testify today. We are now on redirect. But Cross was very interesting to rewatch. I will say.
Attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, from a person you didn't know, that you had never seen, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about text between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know, do you?
Can you clarify?
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled onto Fairview Road?
They were texting at about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel was
Mice
Cedar
are
Crest or
really
somewhere else?
prevalent right now, apparently. Because again, like my mom has one in her laundry room, and we've got several of y'all with garage mice. Very interesting.
He texted Julie that he was about to
What
arrive,
am
or that
I
he was.
about?
Objection.
Well, I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how
Oh
long
my
period are you looking at?
Not long.
No,
So would you describe it as
we haven't done this in a hot minute. We're going to watch the Waterfall, the music video, because there's been a lot of talking about looking out the window and the wall and the doors. And I've been now's the time. Now's the time. For anyone who hasn't seen this is the Get Low Canton Style music video that I made. So this will be a nice little break from looking at Jen Mccabe. Where is it? Okay. Do 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 do. 339 camping time. Jackson United, it's time to shine. There's snow, there's snow, there's snow, there's snow. To the window, to the wall, to the wall, to the bartender's last call. At the waterfall. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. They'll crunk and act and meet. Run when they rest when they have too much drink in their minds. Everything's fine, but an after party gathered about 50 damn times. To the window, to the wall, to the wall. The bartender's last call. At the waterfall. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn, goddamn. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. Do, 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 do. Frank, had you not seen that? Glad you guys liked it if you didn't see that before. Encore. Well, we got this one. Hold on. It's not unusual to steal from anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
Y'all want it again? Y'all want it again? It's pretty great, huh? I love it. It is pretty great. Okay, one more time. Everything in this music video is literally exhibits from the trial, pretty much. Like, it's the actual house, the actual bartender, it's the actual snowplow or snow blower, leaf blower, all the stuff. Okay. Do 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 do. Camping time, Jackson United, it's time to shine. There's snow, there's snow, there's snow, there's snow. To the window, to the wall, to the wall, to the bartender's last call. At the waterfall. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. They'll crunk and act and meet. Run when they rest when they have too much drink in their minds. Everything's fine, but an after party gathered about 50 damn times. To the window, to the wall, to the wall. The bartender's last call. At the waterfall. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn, goddamn. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. Do, 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 do. You know what? That reminds me. I talked about this. I'm gonna do no more talk. We're gonna make things happen. Let's just do this real quick. I kind of forgot about that whole thing with the phone flashlight, dude. Where it says Jackson United, it's time to shine. And when it says it's time to shine, it has Matt McCabe making that face when he's got the phone flashlight. Okay, hang on. Let's just do this the right way. Literally, where I just have literally, where I just happened to have this when I just pulled this up? You guys.
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue. And then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
As far as
Oh, did you DM me on Discord, Franks? Did you say I might have missed something? Let me see here. You DM me on Discord? Okay, I'll check it out. More coffee's clearly needed.
the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
His facial expressions are amazing. They're very cartoony.
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm just the part with the flashlight. That's on cross. Let's see where we're at here.
Okay. Now, after being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so?
Yeah, give or take 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the exact time.
And you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
That's correct.
Nagel.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Oh, by the way, guys, I keep forgetting for members, we have, oh my God, I paused it. This is insane. You can't make this up. Let me do this. I would be remiss if I didn't take a screenshot. For those of you guys who remember, I almost forget. We have the red solo cup emoji, but this is just special, isn't it? It just literally, you gotta love it, right? I just pause it to say something and it's like, oh, a miracle has happened. Love it. Not gonna complain about that. Okay. Excellent. Where were we? Subtitles. English. Solo cups. Okay. Yes. Wow.
Yeah. I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
Amazing.
Directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them.
Interesting, because we were just watching, y'all saw Jen Mccabe's testimony. She said the same thing at some point. It was like a similar question, but she said, I wish I did, but I didn't. Interesting.
Yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle, which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been
this is the first trial.
Directly in front of you.
First trial.
From the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left, and I would have went up the walkway
All
to
right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, et cetera, you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that to get to your, well, strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
Yes, that's what we did.
Which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out, and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Albert's property, correct?
Yes.
While you did that, sir, Julie Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I think it was.
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
It was a show that I think was on when like my mom was growing up. But anyway, my brother and I used to watch it as kids. It was called The Blob. And it had this song. It was like, it leaps and creeps and slides and glides across the floor. Beware of the blob. And then that was the whole song. And it just was like this black and white show from like, it used to come on like before and after the Twilight Zone, I feel like, on whatever channel that was. We're talking like old school, old school. But my brother and I loved that shit when we were kids. Anyway, but The Blob, some of you guys know? Okay, interesting. That's really funny, official. Yeah, Fender was telling her story from earlier, how it was on this channel, but she stumbled upon it in the middle of Jen on the stand. So you guys were in a similar boat there. Oh, the remake. They did a remake? That's crazy. I don't know how you could even recreate that. I mean, the black and white one was goofy. It wasn't really scary, but it was funny. Like my brother and I were like, oh, this is funny. You know, the song also.
Correct.
Also,
yeah, I did not hear her say it.
You were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't have earplugs in.
I didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have earpods in.
And you never stopped the car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You woke up the next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes.
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes.
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical.
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
In a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen, yes.
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood, correct?
I think this
she was loud.
Show
and other than screaming Jen, Jen in that
definitely black and white
tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, in addition to Officer.
At that moment, that's what I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
Okay. And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Could you name the 3 people?
Sure. You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree with me that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
You recall watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall that specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing?
I was not monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds. You texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house. Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
Oh boy.
May I put you on?
Yes. Jen was directly after him, but we just watched Jen.
Oh, 0215.
The boat
show it
was
to him.
around because him with the flashlight. This is it. This has got to be it. This is
Gotcha.
amazing.
You chose it.
Show it to Mr. Hill and don't reference me.
You think this is my first try? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm showing you a document, sir, and if you look up or look at it.
Yep, this is it. Oh my God, dude,
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this.
Character.
So maybe I need glasses.
Um,
I'm making it out. I got it.
I do that.
Is it light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's
wear
not. It's just dark, but I got it.
It's amazing.
What the hell? How is
If you're struggling,
I'm reading mine, right? Like the middle one? Yeah,
you take all your time. The time
Yep,
you
I
need.
got it. Yep, I see it.
Okay. Having reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The troopers were outside of the house, yes.
Right, that's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen
Almost to the
McCabe,
flashlight.
Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
So you mean that a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes.
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
Correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that. I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
I've never met them. Sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to sidebar, please.
When you did tell about the troopers being at that house, nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
And with the court's permission,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need it.
Just give it to him. Thank you.
I'll just give you one, and if you need the other, just let me know.
No problem. Thank you.
And again, just look at it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one? I'm just making sure.
I understand, I appreciate that. You tell me.
Okay.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
Thank you. Yep, that's what I was just looking for.
If I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
Okay, thank you.
You would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was right now?
Yes.
And then you said yes, correct?
Yes.
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As to the reading.
Is that how he replied?
That's what it just said, yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text, correct?
Can you show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the
I didn't see that, no.
I'm sorry. Yeah, probably because I didn't give it to you. May I approach?
Yes. Have you shown those both to Mr. Lally?
That's the next page after this one. I'm showing you 2 pages.
Okay.
Again, read it to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Do you mind? Oh,
Just
he
dark.
needs it. Madam Court Reporter, Mr. Clerk. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, much better. I got it now.
Grab that from you.
Thanks.
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
All right. You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
So you happen to be driving through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes.
And then you didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
right. Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right. So in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture. I don't know if I took a picture or not.
you didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done.
Right, because you wanted
Well,
to
the
take a
Commonwealth
picture.
called
of what was
it.
going
I
on.
was going to take a picture to show them the troopers were outside in front of the
Right.
house.
You wanted
Correct.
to continue to monitor what was going on, did you not?
I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
May we be seen sidebar?
I mean, and they could have just gone outside. They don't need him to take a picture per se. Oh Lord. I think he's not done with the flashlight though, y'all.
Is there any objection from counsel if Mr. McCabe brings his own phone back in? Should he need a flashlight again?
God.
So why don't you do that? Okay. You're all set. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh. So he's gonna go get his phone. Oh my God. And then he's gonna come back with his phone. Lord.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh boy.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe, I'm going to approach this in a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me and the jury. I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identify them.
Sure.
Thank you.
Like, what are you saying?
I'd just like you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before we took the break.
There it is. This guy's flashlight. Oh my God. Look at him go. Can't go wrong with all black letter. Look at that cute cat.
Yes, these are the ones you showed me earlier.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, approach.
Yes.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that time frame?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right. The only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next.
So can I see it?
Of course.
Oh my God, his face.
Why don't I see?
They're not going to need a flashlight. It's just him because he's special.
Okay, Mr. Bates, if you would display the first page. 2150. How is your distance vision? Are you able to read what's on the screen?
I don't know why it's on blue. This is.
Oh,
Can I have them in front of me?
Can
while
I
you
have
are
that?
displaying them?
Lord.
Yes, please.
Oh God.
Thank you very much.
And feel free to use the flashlight. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Oh yeah. Gotta have the flashlight.
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
That's better.
Yes.
Okay, now we can all see it. With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about, can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon of February 1st, 2022?
Yes. Do you want me?
You guys know where this is going?
Troopers back out front, but in front of Agent House.
Sorry.
Looks like more has been dug up
I talked
there.
over it. Hold on. We got to hear this, dude.
Yes. Do you want me? Oh, troopers back out front, but in front of Agent House. Looks like more has been dug up there for at least there, or at least looks like it.
And Mr. Bates, if you go down the page, this is the responses. Okay. And who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
That would be Brian Albert.
Brian Albert Sr.
Yeah, yep, see,
And his response was?
right now.
And that was at 1:34 p.m. and 45 seconds?
Yes, it was.
And you took that to be a question, correct?
Yeah, asking right now, yes.
And we can move to the next. Yes, 2151, please. Go ahead, welcome, sir. Yes, please. And you responded to Brian by saying what to his question about right now?
I responded, yes,
And that was at 1:34 p.m. and 56 seconds?
yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously, if it was in the area, it must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange?
He thought his always right, Fender.
And who responded to you?
Brian Albert again,
And his response was?
okay.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are out front and he's asking right now,
I'd assume he's not, I'd assume he's somewhere else. Yeah.
Like, Twitter, it's warmer where you are than where I am. That's crazy.
and your response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car, so I drove through.
right, so this is a little further than we talked
Well,
about.
I know we're getting to the next one.
So take this one down, please.
I mean, 7 I'm sorry. Okay, now we're at
There you go.
1:35 p.m. and 16 seconds, Mr. McCabe.
Yes, that's correct.
And your text to the group of you, your wife, Brian, and Nicole Albert is what?
Trying to get pictures.
And at this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm going to skip to the bubble after that once you see it.
We're still going at it. Too fast. Welcome back.
The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
Yes, Brian Albert.
All right, and that's at 1:35 and 30
Christy and Eddie, let him,
Okay.
the screen speaks for itself. If
What-
it
what-
doesn't, then the witness can.
Of course. What time is that at?
1:35:32.
All right, and his response, does that appear to be a typo?
PK, I'm assuming.
All right, the next bubble after that would be 21:53, please, just off. And that is from whom?
Brian Albert.
All right, and the time there, are you able to make that out?
Does that say 1:35:34 or 1:38:34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure. And, his response was,
Okay,
does that appear to be correct in the PK?
I'd have to go back and.
Well, the previous one. You
Next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off. I'd like to just go over two more areas of these group chats with you.
Oh boy.
You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, discussed in that group
There he is
chat
with the flashlight.
the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Oh boy.
Objection, Your Honor.
Christy.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you
Here
not?
we go.
Sustained.
May we be seen?
This is going to be the thing about tell him he never came in the house, which is great for the defense here. It would be a reason to call him as a witness if the Commonwealth doesn't.
So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
You mean give him a flash?
So what I'm going to do now, sir, is to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can
Oh boy.
identify those.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Get your flashlight ready. Oh my God. Oh my God. Great. I love it. The struggle is so real. Beautiful.
Wow. Oh, that should be music. Yes. Blackwater, yes.
All right, Mr. McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah.
sir? All right, so
I'm
go
just
ahead.
marching up. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Oh
McCabe.
my
The pages
God.
that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes.
I would offer that one.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification. And the substance of those, each individual one will be question by question.
Understood. So, Mr. Bates, with regard to page 2160, I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy for me to follow along? No? Or Jim, was it, Mr. United, was this in the, what was marked for, you're using that? All right.
We had a siren counter probably during the trial the first
Do you
time,
have extra copies, sir?
I would think.
Thank you.
All right. And if it's a question by question objection, just
May that be displayed on?
may what be displayed?
I just thought that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question. So it's each bubble.
All right. You saw
Bubble by
that,
bubble.
at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
Oh, God.
I recall it, correct.
Those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be displayed? Please?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along. So that's in evidence.
And then in that discussion, at 3:03 p.m. and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason, end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's the second
it's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yep,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05
Here we go.
and 32 seconds, you replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which was at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself.
I'm not going to help you.
And I've opened the page.
Okay.
You can just look up at me when you're done.
Yeah. Again, my assumption is Kerry based.
Great.
Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Yes, he's got it now, apparently.
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
Yeah.
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct?
Blackwater, I think it's his brain, not his eyes.
Remember you said the whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last
Here we go.
discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st, 2022, at 12:50 p.m. and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife, Nicole, your wife, Jennifer, and you. And that text was?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02148.
Right. On which page?
That's the page, 02148.
Okay, so I don't have
And
it.
the bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I don't know what the objection's pertaining to.
Oh my God.
Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long.
That's what she said. Look at him. Dude.
You know what, Ms. Giannetti, why don't you?
That's for the court, Your Honor. And for the
So you're objecting to it, so I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness. Which one is this?
second bubble on 02148.
Official giving him the benefit of the
And
doubt.
the third
However,
bubble on 02148.
no one else has any trouble seeing. He's
And then
the
the
only
first bubble on
one.
02149.
Whole trial, he's the only one.
Thank
He's
you.
the
All
only
right, so I
one.
won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148. I will
I
allow
appreciate it, official.
the author of the third bubble
It-
on page 02148
Look at him with his phone.
The second bubble on 02148,
is not allowed into evidence.
I need to be heard on that then.
I mean, also,
No,
it's so bright in here that, remember, this trial, Bev's got a curtain up over her window.
All right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God. The part they're getting to is the thing about just tell him the dude never went in the house or whatever it is. Which is, that's it. I mean, that's crazy. Gotcha. Your dad's okay, official. Nothing wrong with him. Ah, thunder! Thunder! That's hilarious. Yes. Go take care of your cat, Blackwater. He's still there with the phone. Dude, what? How much do you need to... Oh. See you later, Thunder. Good luck. Have a nice time.
Mr. Jackson, if you are planning on doing this with the next witness, I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use.
Court, all rise to jury.
Oh, are they taking another break? Oh my God, really?
Last exchange here, you will agree with me that
Oh, the jury's back.
on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you then texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house.
This.
Correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
Oh, God. Brutal.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said, tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here.
Oh, dear.
51.
He responded, did he not?
You survived that.
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
We're done here.
I actually have that clip saved, by the way, guys. I forgot about that until now. Here, where is it?
We're done here.
Right there. Yes. What a way to end this live stream, guys. That's beautiful. Wow. Wow. We're done here. We're done here for now, but we will be back. Ian Whiffin's probably taking the stand. We will be back. And I'm going to see what goes on with him because, again, Jen Mccabe is expected to take the stand. We'll see how long. I mean, Hos Long, rather. I don't know. Ian Whiffin could go through the morning and maybe even after lunch. So we'll just sort of see. I'm going to play it by ear. But we will definitely be covering it, of course, as you guys are well aware. Definitely embarrassing. Yeah, couldn't agree with you more there, official. But, y'all, it has been fun. It's been very interesting going back and reviewing this testimony, to say the least. So, but love you guys. Thanks for being here. We will be back later to cover the rest of this day today for trial number 2. But until next time, squirrel out.